Again, ladies and gentlemen, I would like to remind you on the crossbreds today, we will be moving at a pretty steady clip. As we start judging this first class, we will be sorting the second class, so please be prepared. We will be moving pretty steady. Also, we have 9 classes across us today, so after the first 3 classes, we'll judge for the Division I champion. After class 4, 5, and 6, we'll judge for the Division II champion, and after class 7, 8, and 9, we'll judge for the Division III champion. Then we will call all of those back and pick the top 5 overall crossbreds. And then following that, they will show against the top 5 purebreds.
What's the mess, David? We had to open it halfway or all the way today.
Have a bearing on this?
It does. So it's transmitting a signal. I didn't set this up this way, but that's where we're getting internet. Through that door, it gets beamed from a different location through that door into here. So we found out yesterday that if that door is closed, then all of this is shut down.
You'd think you'd just run the wire through the roof and pull it that
Right?
way.
That's what I would have done. That's what I'm stuck
Yeah,
with. So.
but they didn't ask you. Huh?
They didn't ask me.
About right. That's about right.
All right, in this first class of Berkshires, we're missing one exhibitor, Deja Hudson from DeSoto FFA. Deja Hudson, your class is being shown. Please make your way up here.
Attention crossbred exhibitors, we need Derek Flores, Floyd Ada FFA. Your Gilt is in this class. Derek Flores, Floyd Ada FFA. Bring your Gilt to the holding pen. You are in this class.
Yeah, no, you gotta watch.
All right, these exhibitors in the ring are excused. Would you give them a round of applause, please?
So far.
Attention Gilt exhibitors, we need your Class 2 crossbreds. Bring them to the holding pen. Class 2 crossbreds. Bring them to the holding pen. Attention you Gilt exhibitors, when you bring your Gilt here to the show ring, it is water only, no oil. Water only for dressing. Again, water only.
On the purebred side, if you want to start bringing your second class of Berks to the holding pen, we're going to call them now. The second class of Berks to the holding pen on the purebred side.
You crossbred exhibitors in the South Show Ring, you can be excused. Ladies and gentlemen, let's give them a nice round of applause. Your second call for Class 2 crossbreds. Bring them to the holding pen. Class 2 crossbreds. Bring them to the holding pen.
As soon as I give it to you, somebody will come tell me to say something.
May have your attention for just a minute. Getting real suspicious on some of this first class with product. We'll be watching that really close now, our guys in the scale area. So if you have one that's slick or shiny, that's got a bunch of oil on it, you best take it to the wash rack right now, or you'll get a chance to wash him when he leaves the ring, not being pulled. So let's get the product off these hogs and bring them in with water only. Please understand that. Don't put your child at risk right now.
I'd like to introduce our judge this morning. His name is Nate Schmidgall. He's from Toluca, Illinois. He's a hog farmer, and he also works in the grain industry. He attended Black Hog College and also Western Illinois, and he brought his wife along, Samantha. She's somewhere in the stands. If you see her, say hello to her, but I'd like to give y'all, please give him a round of applause. He came a long way, and here he is.
Well, good morning. Certainly appreciate the opportunity to come down here to San Angelo. Incredible event. What a start this morning with the pledge and the anthem there. An incredible start. Yet excited to work with your young people. Excited to see what's ahead of us in terms of quality. Good class of Berkshire Gilts to go ahead and start here. The young ladies Gilt's going to go ahead and win. Really like this Gilt in terms of stoutness, in terms of feature. Like her. I thought in relation to the Gilt in second. When she turns and goes, she set wider at her pins and she hits the ground just a bit wider. I would like to fix her over her ham-loin junction and make her just a bit better there. But a really nice Gilt to go ahead and start. The young ladies Gilt coming out in second. From the side, I really like this Gilt. She reads with some balance and proportion. Really like that about her. Her foot and bone matches. It's when she turns and goes. She comes in just a bit flatter in her overall makeup. She wants to close up at the ground in relation to our class winner. Young ladies, Gilt coming out in third. Another one you like is get off the side of her. She gets her head up. She gives her a nice look, an attractive look up through her head and neck. She reads with some rib and body. I like that about her. I thought of the initial three. When she drives right at me, she wants to close up the most at her knee. She wants to be the narrowest at the ground. Young man's Gilt coming out next. Really a tall-shouldered, extended kind of a Gilt. Does a nice job of keeping her in control. She reads with some balance from the side. I guess I'd like to change this Gilt up through her shoulder. She wants to close up as she comes at you. She comes a bit just straighter in that overall makeup. The young lady's Gilt coming out next. Another moderate frame kind of a Gilt. She reads square in relation to the Gilt in front of her. She does come at you just a bit squarer and truer. I like her in terms of her extra rib and body. I just like to see this Gilt just go a bit just more correctly from behind. She just wants to get a bit tighter, but a nice kind of a Gilt. Another moderate frame, really shapely Gilt. I thought maybe of the class. This Gilt red with the most true shape out of the back of her blade. She does a really nice job as she gets her up. She wants to get a really attractive up front. I guess the longer she goes, she just wants to duck and roll underneath of herself. She's just a bit shorter in terms of her hip length. I'd like to lengthen that out. Young man's Gilt coming out next, one that initially got sifted and brought back through. I thought from the side, this Gilt really represents some quality. She's tall-shouldered, she's level, she has some rib and body, just too flat in her overall makeup on both ends of her framework to move up any higher. The young lady's Gilt that goes ahead and closes the class, another one that reads shapely, reads with some true expression up high. She likewise gets a bit pinched in her ham-loin junction, just wants to duck and roll as she goes from behind and maybe just gets outside of herself just a touch. Really nice class to go ahead and get started here this morning. Let's give those exhibitors a round of applause.
Well, good morning on this side of the ring, and certainly, as Seth said, yesterday it was a pleasure to work through those cures and anxious to get these crosses out as we work through this division. Once again, a great way to start off the morning, and as Seth said, this is warm compared to what we're dealing with at home. I think negative 20 there when Seth flew down. So we're happy to be here and look forward to work with the kids and work through this the cross division here today. You know, a good class out here for our first class today, and yet at the same time, maybe some challenges and some differences between each of these Gilts. I guess the one that I land on is the one that offers us some frame, some scale, still got some look, and she's got the added stoutness just in terms of forearm, in terms of feature, density to her skeleton, and yet being attractive at the same time. She's tall about her shoulders. She's still got plenty of shape up high. She's got more true shape there to the upper side of her skeleton and out through her hip and row. You know, if we change her, maybe she gets just a little outside there behind, but yet she's comfortable in the length of her stride, and that's the young lady's velvet Gilt over there. That's the one we'll lead off with. The one we got in second, I like from the profile. This is a big body, big red Gilt. It's from the front 2/3, I like extremely well. It's still got look and extension. She's feminine in her design in terms of underline and vulva set. She gets a little plainer there in her upper hip and rump, gets a little plainer there in her stifle as well. But I thought two really good gilts that were sound and fundamental there to run to the top of the class. As we work on down the line here, this is a real attractive gilt, a big bladed, expressive top type of a female that's still got some stoutness to go with it. When you look at her and just in terms of a sow prospect or being maternal, she needs to be open there in the center portion of her rib and body. She needs more natural fill there from forerib to flank. But still, a unique breeding piece in terms of stoutness of forearm, shape and dimension there, and still got a big hind leg just in terms of stoutness and structure. Next gilt that comes out here in 4, a little harder to analyze and read, just maybe not quite the overall look and extension, gets a little more forward there in her rib. She gets a little shorter in her upper hip and rump and a little rounder there as she goes away. The blue gilt that comes out next, not quite as sound and just overall fluid. The parts and pieces maybe don't balance quite as good. She's further set there in her shoulder. She too, maybe not quite as comfortable off of either end of her skeleton, but good in terms of shape, good in terms of center body. As we come on down the line here in 6, a gilt this doesn't maybe want to balance up quite as well. But once again, a good class. Let's give all 6 of those kids a round of applause.
Okay, placings in our first class of Berkshires. 5th place was Courtney Rowan from Brady FFA. 4th place, Revan Wagner, Moore County 4-H. 3rd place, Josie Blevins, Valley View FFA. 2nd place, Addison Williams, Eastland FFA. And our class winner was Journey Sorrell from Fort Elliott FFA. And right now we're judging class 2 of the Berks.
Attention crossbred exhibitors, we need your class 3 crossbreds, bring them to the holding pen. Class 3 crossbreds, bring them to the holding pen.
How are you this morning? I'm good. How are you, sir?
crossbred exhibitors in the south show ring, you can be excused. Ladies and gentlemen, let's give them a nice round of applause. Placings in your Class 1 crossbred. 6th place, Jackson Cooley, Idalou FFA. 5th place, Corey Cavazos, Ballinger FFA. 4th place, Randall Kinder, Cisco FFA. 3rd place, Damari Diaz, Westbrook FFA. 2nd place, Briston Lowry, Idalou FFA. And your Class 1 crossbred winner, Jordan Jukes from Falls City FFA. Let's give those exhibitors a nice round of applause. I would also like to take this opportunity to introduce our judges here on the Junior Stars Gilt side. Judging in the ring today, we have Justin Rodabaugh from Rensselaer, Indiana. He graduated from Purdue University in 2005 on the livestock judging team. He has 30 show pig sows and is known as Tres Amigos Show Pigs. He's judged in over 20 states at the state and national level, including San Antonio Barrows, the World Pork Expo, and the Summertime Conference. He is married to his wife Rhonda, and they have 4 children. Sorting in the back today, we have Seth Swinson from Newark, Illinois. He's married to Erica, and he has 2 children, Nate and Eli. He attended Juliet Junior College, and he owns and operates Showtime Sires, 4 Stud, and he runs over 150 show pigs and breeding stock sows. He's also judged at several state and national shows, including San Antonio, Houston, the World Pork Expo, and Summertime Conference. Let's give our judges a nice round of applause this morning.
These exhibitors have been excused on the Berkshire side. If you'd give them a round of applause, I'm sure they'd appreciate it also. Thank you.
Hey, hold on, just a Trevor, hand it back to you real quick.
Attention exhibitors on the crossbred side. We need Gilt from Cooper Bennett. You are in this class. Bring your Gilt to the show ring. Cooper Bennett. Again, another nice class here in Class 2 over on the crossbred side, and yet at the same time, I think there's one out here that's definitely the show Gilt of our top 5, and one that's presented extremely good. She's tall-shouldered and she's big-backed and still got plenty of shape to her upper hip and rump. You know, ideally, I'd stouten her in her forearm and probably lengthen her stride just a little there from behind. But yet, this is the show Gilt, the Gilt that puts the most quality together. That's the Gilt the young man is driving right in front of me. We'll use her to win this drive. I think the next one, just in terms of basic build and functionality, in terms of length of stride and reach and flexibility, is a young lady's Gilt there that's going to be in second. This one does naturally is a stouter feature Gilt when you study her there through her jawline, her forearm. That's still got plenty of stoutness of structure behind. Her length of strides maybe even a nickel better there behind than our class winner. At the same time, she's not probably quite as extended up front, maybe just not quite as good in her forerib and center body yet. But once again, a sound structured, stout made Gilt there to be in second. 3, 4, and 5 as we come on down the line here. There's some differences to certainly sort through. I thought this one fell into third just in terms of look and extension. This is a big top, expressive muscle Gilt. There's still got plenty of shape there. Ideally, we got to change and reconstruct her up through her front shoulder and her front pasterns there. We need to relax her and set her back there and the angle to her shoulder. Just give her more true flexibility and range of motion there. And also balance her just a nickel better there in her ham-loin junction. Big calico or the chromed up Gilt that comes out next. This is a big bladed, big forearm Gilt that offers us a tremendous amount of shape over her blade. More probably just more of a market type of Gilt just in terms of the way her muscle pattern lays on her. Ideally, I'd lengthen her stride quite as well, just not quite as fresh in her overall appearance up through her front 1/3, but a stout feature Gilt. The young lady does a nice job of driving it. The white Gilt that comes out next, a good pattern Gilt from the side. Good in terms of her elevation, good in terms of her lines. At the same time, when she comes right at you, She's the narrowest gauge, narrowest base gilt. We need to open her in her chest floor, square in her knee, and consequently I'd also widen her at distant nickels. She goes away. So that's a good pattern, attractive gilt there to round out the class. Once again, let's give all those kids a round of applause here in class 2.
We're going to go ahead and call Class 3 of the Berkshires on the junior side. This is our last class of Berkshires. Class 3, please start making your way to the holding pen.
Placings in your Class 2 Crossbred. 5th place, Peyton Robinson, Southland FFA. 4th place, Laramie Sanders, Williamson County 4-H. 3rd place, Cooper Bennett, Shamrock FFA. 2nd place, Kylie Rowell, Hale Center FFA. And your Class 2 Crossbred winner, Clay McLemore, Perrin FFA. Let's give those exhibitors a nice round of applause. Attention Crossbred exhibitors, we need your 1st and 2nd place from Class 1 and your 1st and 2nd place from Class 2. Bring them to the holding pen. Crossbreds, 1st and 2nd place Class 1, 1st and 2nd place Class 2. Bring them to the holding pen.
Maybe not the deepest class in Class 2 here, but I thought the top 3 gilts here got extremely good. The young ladies gilt, really, you study this gilt just in terms of balance, proportion, boldness, and stoutness, really, in my opinion, takes this class to the next level. She's sound, she's correct, she reads with all the right proportions. Really a nice class winner to go ahead and start. Young ladies gilt coming out in 2nd. I love this gilt. As soon as she hit the SIF pen back there from the side, this one balances up and just reads with brute style power. I like that about her a great deal. I thought in relation to our class winner, she just wasn't as pulled apart, but really in terms of just keeping them basic and balanced, really a nice gilt to be in 2nd. It may be as unique of a breeding piece as coming out in 3rd. The young ladies gilt in terms of feature, in terms of just sheer shape and power, in terms of making barrows with that kind of look. She's got some unique pieces, no doubt about her. I thought maybe she comes just a bit forward in her shoulder. I like to blend her smoother in her ham-loin junction, but really, I really like the pieces that gilt represents. The young lady's gilt coming out next, sort of just a basic kind of a gilt. You like her in terms of her extra rib and body. She reads fresh in her body shape up high. I thought the longer the class wore on, she just wants to get up underneath of herself, maybe just a bit flatter in her stifle muscle. The gilt coming out next, a moderate frame, shapely one. You like that about her, like her in terms of having just some true muscle as you get in behind her. This gilt just maybe doesn't want to fit together as well. She wants to fight the whip just a bit, and she just gets a bit rounder. She just wants to get to pushing them outside of herself the longer the class wears on. Young ladies gilt coming out next. Really a tall shoulder, deep bodied kind of a gilt. You like her, she comes right at you. I like to change her on her rear too. She comes a bit just tighter in her pastern. She wants to get a bit flatter from behind. Young man's gilt, another moderate framed one. You like it, especially she drives right at you. She's got a big chest cavity. She reads with some fresh shape up high. When she turns and goes, I want to square her up from hock to ground. She just wants to get pushing outside of her hock ever so slightly. Good class of gilts. Congratulations to those exhibitors.
Thank you, Judge. The results are in the 2nd class of Berks. In 5th place was Ashton Hale.
Ladies and gentlemen, let's give them a nice round of applause. Attention exhibitors, we need the 1st and 2nd place winners from Class 1 Crossbreds. Bring them to the holding pen. Your 1st and 2nd place winners from Class 1 Crossbreds. Bring them to the holding pen. Attention exhibitors, we need your first and second place winners from Class 1 Crossbreds. Bring them to the holding pen to show for the Division 1 champion. Beginning these crosses will show for the Division 1 champion after this class, and then we'll run classes 4, 5, and 6 and judge for Division 2 champion, and then run class 7, 8, and 9 and judge for the Division 3 champion.
That's some smooth operating there.
Nice class here in Class 3, and 4 gilts were brought to the ring. I think 4 real high-quality gilts, and yet at the same time, maybe there's an area we tweak within each of them, but yet I think the high-quality gilts, the young lady's black velvet gilt there, that's the one we're going to lead off with. You know, you study this gilt through her center body, just in terms of form and function, and it springs to her rib. That she looks thin and designed. She's still got some stoutness there to her forearm. Hip and hind legs, plenty acceptable within this guide. She balances good from the profile. Certainly one, I think, that it offers you some shape of blade, some shape of top, and still some squareness from behind. I think that one's got the potential to be a better mama just in terms of the way she's designed from her shoulder back. Ideally, I change her just in the front part of her shoulder and where she comes at you in terms of squareness and knee ever so slightly, but I thought that gilt put the most amount of positives together. Young lady's blue gilt that comes out next. From her hip forward, I like this one a great deal. Just in terms of one that's elevated, she's fresh and still feminine about her overall appearance. Takes a really good stride out of her front shoulder. Still got squareness there to her knee and her chest fork. Good through her center body. She just wants to tuck and duck just a little more when you get in right behind her. She needs to be lengthened in her upper hip and rump. I think that would allow her just to plant and drive with a little more athleticism. She wants to throw those deals east and west a little more instead of north and south. But I thought of a good body, good look, and stout feature gilt there to go in second. The one we got coming out of 3, shoulder back again. This one really nice just in terms of look and overall balance. Really good in terms of shape there to her blade and her top. One that certainly balances good on the profile. Where I got to change her is up through her front 1/3. We need to lengthen her face and neck. I square there when she comes right at you in the front part of her knee. But if you need some stoutness, if you need some shape and dimension, still got a pretty good hind leg. That's certainly a gilt to look up. Just change her up through her front 1/3. The gilt that comes out next, I didn't think looked as natural in her appearance. This is the heaviest condition gilt. She just gets a little flatter and rounder throughout. She's rounder in her neck, rounder out of her shoulder, and consequently rounder out of her hip. She is dialed in and maxed out, presented extremely well, and I certainly appreciate that. Just maybe not quite as coordinated, just gets rounder in her overall pattern. Once again, a good class. Let's give all those kids here in Class 3 a round of applause.
All right, here on the junior side, these exhibitors in the gilt have been released by the judge. Please give these kids a round of applause for their efforts. Thank you.
Attention exhibitors, in the crossbred side, we need Briston Lowry from Class 1, your second place gilt. We need her in the holding pen. Briston Lowry, Idalou FFA, second place, Class 1. Bring her to the holding pen. This will be your first call for Class 4 Crossbreds. Bring them to the holding pen. Class 4 Crossbreds. Bring them to the holding pen.
She's coming. See her back here.
We're going to go ahead and call the first and second class winners of the first two classes at Berkshire's on the junior side. If you were first or second in class 1 and 2 of the Berkshires, you can come to the holding pen. That way, after we have this last class selected, we'll run you in for championship.
Again, Class 4 Crossbreds, bring them to the holding pen. Class 4 Crossbreds, bring them to the holding pen. All right, ladies and gentlemen, your Class 1 winner, Jordan Jute, Falls City FFA. Second place in that Class 1 was Briston Lowry, Idalou FFA. Your Class 2 winner, Clay McLemore, Perrin FFA. Second place in that class was Kylie Rowell, Hale Center FFA. Your Class 3 Crossbred winner, Emma Lozado, Princeton FFA. Second place in that class was Casey Hogue, Sands FFA. Once again, a real nice division out here in Division 1 of the Crosses. If you would, let's give all three of these and our three second place winners a big round of applause. Again, I'm happy with what we had to work with out here in our three class winners, and I think three Gilts, it's, you know, they offer some differences in terms of type and kind, but yet I think they offer some similarities. These are the show Gilts within the group and the ones we had to work with in the class that I still think cover the fundamentals out here, just in terms of squareness of build and still having some look and still having some shape. I think there's one that looks more probably like a lady, just in terms of not only underline and vulva size, but just the center portion of her body and how feminine she is up front. We like that Class 3 right here. She'll be our champion Division 1. Again, as we dropped in the blue Gilt, it just got second there in that class, and as we talked to her, one that we like. Hip forward, extremely well, sound and flexible, extremely good up through her front shoulder, still offers us some shape of blade and shape of top. Good through the center portion of her body. As we commented, Especially when she gets a little fast, she may go east and west a little more than north and south on those hind two. We got Class 1 winner that we talked about here, a good looking, good profiling type of a gilt. Maybe gets a little narrower underneath, maybe just not quite the range of motion from hock to ground, but certainly one and good in terms of look and extension and shape of blade. Then we got our Class 2 over there on the far side, the young man drive. Really an eye-appealing gilt in terms of height of shoulder and length of neck. Good in terms of shape and dimension up high, and as we talked her in class, we'd lengthen her just ever so slightly in her hip and rump. However, at the same time, we think that one's the second best one. 5-2 here will be reserved.
Did you get both of them right there, Frankie?
Your Division 1 Crossbred champion was shown and exhibited by Emma Lozado, Princeton FFA. Your reserve champion Crossbred Division 1, Clay McLemore, Parent FFA. Let's give all those exhibitors a nice round of applause.
On this junior side, if you have a first or second Berkshire, please make your way to the holding pen. We're going to be judging for a champion here in a little bit.
I would like to remind all you Gilt exhibitors that if you would like a photo taken with your Gilt, there is a photo booth here behind the announcer stand. So if you would like a photo with your Gilt, please take it back here to the photo booth behind the announcer stand. They are posting the pictures as they go along, so as they take the pictures, they post them online and you can look at them on your phone.
A little more give and take in this class, and maybe that's not one that just jumps out there and says, use me, but yet the longer you study them, the young ladies Gilt goes ahead and surfaces. You talk about one that's just stout and rugged and broody. You like her in terms of her extra shape to her rib, her extra foot and bone. I thought in relation to the Gilt that comes in second, she comes squarer and truer on both ends of her framework. Young man does a really nice job of driving this Gilt in second. You know from the side, you really like her. She's up-headed, she's tall shouldered. She reads with some balance proportions from the side. I guess you get in behind her, she just comes a bit flatter. She gets a bit more refined at the ground, but you talk about balance and proportions all day. That Gilt has some value. Young ladies, Gilt coming out next. A moderate frame shapely one we talk about in terms of barrels and generating potential. You like her in terms of her foot and bone. I like her in terms of her freshness of body. You get around in behind her, she just wants to flatten in her lower stifle muscle. She wants to close up as she goes from behind. Really, one that has some unique pieces. Young ladies, Gilt's a bigger scaled Gilt that comes out next. One reads with some extra length and extension up front. She comes in with some extra just shape to her center portion of her body. To me, she comes a bit more refined. She's just a bit flatter at the surface, but really, you have to appreciate just her basic brute style power. Young ladies, Gilt next, coming out. She does a really nice job in terms of being up-headed, attractive. You like her in terms of her just her overall balance. Another one that comes a bit more refined is you get in behind her. She just wants to funnel too much for me to be able to move up. The young lady's got another one, moderate framed. Really like her in terms of her extra stoutness of feature. Really stout at the ground in terms of boldness. To me, this Gilt just needs to be more refined up through her head and neck. I personally like to see her just go more correctly behind the longer the drive wears on. Young man's Gilt coming out next. Another one you like in terms of having some up-headedness, some attractiveness, in terms of freshness of just shape as you read her up high. Another one that wants to get outside of herself, maybe push her hock out just a bit more as she goes from behind, but really has some nice pieces. Young ladies Gilt, I ended up grabbing there right at the end. I thought the front 2/3 of this Gilt are unique. I thought they had some interesting pieces in terms of the way her neck lays into her shoulder, in terms of her freshness of body. She just comes a bit straighter behind. Just like to see her get her hock out behind her and push and go, but a nice Gilt to go ahead and close this class. Let's give a good round of applause to those exhibitors.
Okay, we're judging for the champion Berkshire. If the next breed that we have is the dark OPB, and there's 2 classes. So if you're in class 1 of the dark OPBs, please make your way to the holding pen. We're judging for champion Berkshire right now.
Attention Gilt exhibitors, we need your Class 5 crossbreds. Bring them to the holding pen. Class 5 crossbreds. Bring them to the holding pen. Placing from your Class 3 crossbred. 4th place, Landry Heidenrich, Dallam Hartley County 4-H. 3rd place, Trent Helm, Ballinger FFA. 2nd place, Casey Ho, Sands FFA. And your Class 3 winner was Emma Lozado, Princeton FFA. Let's give those exhibitors a nice round of applause. Again, exhibitors, we need your Class 5 crossbreds. Bring them to the holding pen. Class 5 crossbreds. Bring them to the holding pen.
All right, the results in the last class of Berkshires was 5th place, Destiny Gift from Andrews County 4-H. 4th place, Cameron Willis, Eastland FFA. 3rd place, Whitley Anderson, Snyder FFA. 2nd place, Clay McLemore, Perrin FFA. And our class winner was Emily Cooper from Cisco FFA. Now we're judging for the champion Berks.
If you would, please put your hands together for all 3 of these exhibitors out here for champion Berkshire. Been really impressed with the top end of these Berkshires. Are really good in terms of just having the basics, and yet I thought all 3 of these surfaced in terms of build and correctness within their class. You get them out here for the grand drive. To me, there's one that's just smoother in her build. She reads with more balanced proportions. Young lady will have your champion Berkshire Gilt.
You crossbred Gilt exhibitors in the South Showroom, you can be excused. Ladies and gentlemen, let's give them a nice round of applause.
for reserve. In my mind, it gets close. You drop the second place Gilt out, and we talked to her. She follows the same type and kind as that class winner or the champion there, and maybe just comes a bit smaller in terms of performance in relation to these other two. So I guess it's on my mind. Where does that lay? I guess to me, the other Gilt that's in contention is the young ladies Gilt. You talk about stoutness of feature and really just in terms of build and stoutness. I guess there's some give and take. The young ladies Gilt here is the balance of proportional one. I guess I'm going to go ahead and keep that pair together. The young lady out of class 2 have your reserve. Congratulations.
All right, this concludes our Berkshire show, and the champion Berkshire was by Kinsley Ellis, Midland County 4-H, and the reserve was Avery DeVault, Midland Lee 4-H. Thank you to all the Berkshire enthusiasts. We're now judging our first class of dark OPBs.
Attention all you exhibitors on the Junior Stars Gilt Show. Following the conclusion of today's show, a list will be posted of the gilts that will be in the sale. These gilts must remain in the barn, and the exhibitor or a representative must be present to move gilts to sale lot pins and for the sale photos. Again, certainly some give and take here in Class 4 in the first class, our medium division. Young man in the green is going to lead off the drive. And again, I think this is the total skill to put the most together into one package. From her hip forward, she's the most impressive just in terms of center body. Still eloquent, got some look up front. I think reach and flexibility out of her front shoulders, plenty good. Good underline, good ball to set on this skill. Ideally, I'd lengthen her in her hip and rump and just lengthen her stride there. And I think there's an area or two that we could change with each of these in that class. I thought that one was the total skill to win the drive. The one here in second is the hardest one to analyze. This one's got some intriguing parts to me and is a breeding piece just in terms of one that's really big bladed. That's a stout forearm, that's a big fat hind leg. She just doesn't want to cooperate at all out here. She wants to fight the whip more and she gets a little outside of herself. I think once you get her on the drive, so that one's intriguing just in terms of stoutness of feature, in terms of shape and dimension. One that's still got really good length and neck. I think that was an intriguing breeding piece. I thought she offered us more positives than the other gilts we have on down the line. Young man does a good job of driving this one. I appreciate the skin and hair and presentation. From the side profile, this is a tall-fronted, long-neck gilt that appears to be big-bodied from the profile. You know, when you get right on top of her, without a doubt, she's the flattest of our top three. She gets flat in her upper rib shape. She just needs to be busted open there at the top of her skeleton. She needs to be open in her rib shape. She needs to have naturally more width, both front and rear out here. But certainly a gilt that's real attractive from the profile. Tall-fronted, long-bodied. Still feminine design, good underline, good ball was set to her. Again, I think that one's got some value just in terms of skeleton and look and design. She just needs to be opened up and have more natural width underneath. Needs to have more true shape there and spring to her rib. As we come on down the line here, the young lady does a nice job. This is without a doubt. If you like muscle and you like bone and just overall power, this is a gilt that you certainly need to look at. That's a big blade and a big top and a round rib cage. At the same time, when you get right in behind her, this one gets outside the box for me, wants to go a little more east and west. I don't read her quite as secure in her overall skeleton, a little softer on the front feet, gets a little more east and west there when you view her from behind. But without a doubt, that's the most powerful gilt just in terms of shape and blade, dimension, and center body. Nice gilt that comes out next. She gets shorter and rounder out of her hip and rump. She doesn't have quite as much flex and just plant and drive out of her hip and hind leg as some of the others we had in front of her. I'd open and square there just a nickel. Appreciate the young man's attitude and drive out here. He does an awesome job of driving that gilt. Let's give all 5 of those kids a big round of applause. They go back.
All right, the judge has excused the exhibitors in the ring. If you'd please give them a round of applause, I'm sure they'd appreciate it.
Attention crossbred exhibitors, we need your Class 6 crossbreds. Bring them to the holding pen. Class 6 crossbreds. Bring them to the holding pen. Placings in your Class 4 crossbreds. 8th place, Cannon Harris, Cisco FFA. 7th place, Taylor Tidwell, Moore County 4-H. 6th place, Reagan Helms, Ballinger FFA. 5th place, Connor Smith, Shackelford County 4-H. 4th place, Laney McCall, Archer County 4-H. 3rd place, Eli Feltman, Laurel FFA. 2nd place, Ashton Collier, Mart FFA. And your Class 4 crossbred winner was Hagen Hester, Reagan County 4-H. Let's give those exhibitors a nice round of applause. Again, we need your Class 6 crossbreds. Bring them to the holding pen. Class 6 crossbreds. Bring them to the holding pen. You crossbred gilt exhibitors in the South Show Ring, you can be excused. Ladies and gentlemen, let's give them a nice round of applause. I'd like to take this opportunity to introduce our official slime show sponsor, ADM Mormon Showtech. Regardless if you're aiming for a county or state fair champion, Mormon Showtech has the products to fuel the nutritional requirements of your show livestock. Not only do they offer high-quality show feeds, but they also give back to the industry through show sponsorships, educational show clinics, and a top-notch awards program for all county, state, and major show winners using Mormon Showtech. Thanks to Dr. Bruce McLean and everyone at Mormon Showtech for their continued support of the San Angelo Stock Show and Rodeo. Please visit the booth located behind the show arenas for more information on their valuable products. I would also like to add that if you have a champion or reserve champion today and you fed Mormon Showtech, please go by the booth and get an awards application. Again, ADM Mormon Showtech. Let's give them a nice round of applause.
I'm going to go ahead and call the second class of dark OPBs. The second class of dark OPBs, please make your way to the ring.
Really good pair of individuals up here on the top end, and yet at the same time, the young lady's Gilt in the white goes ahead and wins. You just study this Gilt at the ground. She's so comfortable and so correct in her angles on both ends of her framework, and yet when she comes at you, she's opened up, she's square, she's fresh. Really a high-quality Gilt to go ahead and win this class. Taking nothing away from the young lady's Gilt in second. She does an incredible job of getting this Gilt's head up. She's attractive. She reads with just true, fresh shape up high. You like that about her. I guess in relation to our class winner, she comes a bit pinched in her hamloin junction, a bit more refined, but really an outstanding Gilt to be sitting in second. Young ladies Gilt coming out in third's more of a meat and potatoes kind of a Gilt, just a basic kind of a Gilt. You like her in terms of being sound in her structure. You like her in terms of having some extra rib and body. I like that about her. To me, she comes just a bit shorter in terms of her hip. She's just not as long and then gets her hock out as far behind her as the Gilt's in front of her, but nice kind of a Gilt to be sitting in third. Same can be said about the young ladies Gilt coming out next. Another one that's moderate, reads with some freshness in terms of rib shape, especially she comes right out of the back of her blade. I guess to me she comes a bit more refined. She wants to funnel and flatten as she goes behind her. Young man does a nice job with his Gilt coming out next. One that comes with some extra just foot and bone and feature. You like that about her. She just comes a bit, she's just maybe fighting the whip a bit more for the young man. She comes just a bit rounder out of her hip in relation to those Gilts above her. Young man coming out next. Another one you like in terms of having some attractiveness up high. Go ahead and drop her out. She reads with some extra just shape and dimension. She too wants to get up, tuck and roll underneath of herself. Like to give her just a shot more, just true rib shape. The young man's Gilt that goes ahead and closes the class. Another one that you like in terms of having maybe just a bit more shape in that relation to the Gilt in front of her. She just comes too flat on both ends of her framework, too refined. Congratulations to all those exhibitors. Nice class of Gilts.
The winners in this first class of dark OPBs, in fifth place was Colton Schwartz, Very Best FFA. Fourth place, Caden Bates, Hamilton FFA. Third place, Mallory Bunch, Plains FFA. Second place, Mary Gillian, Guthrie FFA. And our class winner was Mackenzie Burton from Valley Mills FFA. Right now, we're judging the second class of dark OPBs, which is the last class. And if you're one of those first or second place winners, be ready for when we call you.
Nice class here in Class 5, and certainly some differences in type and kind, and yet with that being said, I think the two Gilts that are the most similar that have the two B words just in terms of balance and overall balance and body and just bone and shape and overall build are these two. I think they're the most flexible, the soundest structured gilts within our top 6 out here. Range of motion's extremely good. And of the two, I think there's one that's a nickel more feminine probably in her overall design in terms of head and neck. On this, she's probably not the flashiest one just in terms of eye appeal, but she covers the basics of squareness to the ground, center body and rib, and just overall flexibility, and still got some look and extension, and I think that's where she excels the gilt in second, and that's the young lady's gilt right here. And we're going to lead off to drive with her. Again, a sound fault-free gilt that checks all the boxes, not really messed up in any one area, maybe not the flashiest just in terms of show ring presence, but when you break them down, you study the fundamentals, femininity, design, squareness to the ground. That one does it the best for me within the drive. After that, I think there's another one that follows in type and kind, and that's the blue gilt that comes out here in second. This is another big body, big bladed gilt that's sound and square, reach and mobility, and just overall balance is better than the ones we have on down the line behind them. That's a big body, big red gilt. She is probably a nickel stouter featured at the same time. She's not quite as extended, gets a little fuller there in the right hock when comparison to our class winner. But those are the two gilts, and I thought covered the basics the best within this drive. From here on down, you can certainly mix and match these. This gilt here is stout featured. If you like a stout mug, big jaws, big forearm, and a really big hind leg, that's certainly a gilt you need to look at. She's still a tall fronted gilt at the same time. This one doesn't balance quite as good to me. Her head and neck and the way she blends at the top of her pole, she gets shorter and rounder out of her hips. She too is not quite as fluid and athletic as the ones that we had in front of her, just maybe not quite as feminine and fresh in her overall appearance. But if you like stoutness, you like power and bone, certainly that gilt's the one to look at. As we come on down here in fourth, here's a gilt that profiles extremely good. Tall fronted, really long neck, stout forearm, it's still got a great ring presence. Her underline's not quite as feminine as the other ones, and then when you get on her, she's similar to the gilt that we described third in the last time. She's the flattest at playness. She's the narrowest there in her chest. She's the narrowest as she goes away. Gets too flat and parallel in her rib for me to move her up anymore. But certainly a gilt that's well presented, well driven, really eloquent and good from the profile. 4 and 5, similar in type and kind. This gilt just not quite as fresh in her overall appearance. Gets shorter out of her hip and rump. She too is not quite as athletic there in her length of stride from behind. A sound structured calico gilt that comes out next just needs more center body and just more natural spread up high. But once again, a nice class. Let's give all those kids a round of applause. Attention Crossbred exhibitors, we need Dakota Petrovsky. You are in Class 6 Crossbred. We need your gilt in the holding pen. Dakota Petrovsky, bring your gilt to the holding pen. You're in this class. Attention Crossbred exhibitors, we need your first and second place from Class 4 Crossbred. Bring them to the holding pen. Your first and second place from Class 4 Crossbred. Bring them to the holding pen.
Hey, don't stir in more water, either.
Dakota Petrovsky, we need your crossbred gilt in the show ring. This is the final call. Dakota Petrovsky, bring your gilt to the holding pen. You are in this class. We also need your first and second place class winner from Class 4 Crossbreds. Bring them to the holding pen. First and second place winner, Class 4 Crossbreds. Bring them to the holding pen.
The judge has excused these exhibitors. Would you please give them a round of applause for their efforts, please?
Attention exhibitors, I would like to remind everyone again, water only for addressing, water only. Do not put oil on your hogs. Again, if you have oil on your gilts right now, bring it to the wash rack and wash it. Water only in the show ring. You crossbred exhibitors in the South Show ring, you can be excused. Ladies and gentlemen, let's give them a nice round of applause. Placings in your Class 5 crossbred. 6th place, Chloe Petty, Brown County 4-H. 5th place, Bailey Hernandez, Cisco FFA. 4th place, Braxton Buckner, Friendship FFA. 3rd place, Kendall Nemitas, Pleasanton FFA. 2nd place, Clara Roan, Pleasanton FFA. And your Class 5 crossbred winner, Sarah Harris, Andrews FFA. Let's give those exhibitors a nice round of applause.
If you were that first or second dark OPB, please make your way to the holding ring. We're wrapping up this second class. The first and second, please make your way up here. After these dark OPBs, we will start with the Duroc breed. There are 4 classes. So if you're in the youngest class, kind of be getting ready. Pretty soon we'll be calling you.
Attention exhibitors, I would like to remind everyone again that if you would like a photo with your gilt, please take it over here behind the announcer stand to the photo area and get your photo taken. Photographer this year is Devin Sis Photography. She will be loading them as she goes, so your photographs will be on the internet soon after they are taken. You can check them on your phone.
your attention, please. Youngsters that are being considered for the sale, when that sale list is posted, we'll need to have the pedigrees of your crossbred hogs. That's the first generation pedigree. We need to know the breeder's name. If you didn't furnish that on your original hard copy card when you checked in, and you should know it right now, if you did or did not. But if you think you're being considered for the sale, if you're one of those gilts that was in the top 3 or 4 or 5 or 6, start researching that right now. Call the breeders up, find out what the first generation pedigree is of that crossbred hog that you showed today. And we need the breeder's name. Once that sale list has been posted, we're going to review those, and we're going to be getting a hold of you to find out what that information is. So please get that prior to that contact so we don't have to do a lot of research.
Over here on the purebred side, really a good individual, unique individual to go ahead and win this class. You study this girl up the side. She reads with balance. She reads with proportions. You like her really as you get on top of her. She's the freshest right out of the back of her blade. She turns and goes. She's square and true from hock to ground. Really a high quality gilt to go ahead and win the class. Young ladies gilt coming out in second. Another one maybe follows this type and kind of our class winner in terms of you get off the side. You like her neck and extension up high. You like her in terms of her freshness of shape in relation to our class winner. She's not as long in terms of her hip. She doesn't get her hock as far behind her as our class winner, but really a nice kind of a gilt. The back 2/3, the gilt in third, I love. Big back, big pinned, big legged. Really like that about her. The front 1/3 of her, she ran into a wall at 55 miles an hour. Really just too short in terms of her face. And in relation to the gilt in second, she just doesn't come at me as square and true from knee to ground, but like the back 2/3 of that gilt, a great deal. The young lady's gilt coming out next, a really shapely barrel kind of a gilt with a huge chest cavity. She reads with a big blade and shape up high. I guess for me it's her back 1/3 I want to change. I want to make her smoother in her ham-loin junction. I want to make her longer and leveler in her hip, and that would in relation allow her to go smoother from behind, but like the great deal about that gilt. The young lady's gilt coming out next, one that you like in terms of balance from the side. She reads with proportions. Maybe it doesn't hit you in terms of the uniqueness as some of the gilts ahead of her, yet you just study her basic build and kind. She certainly finds her way up here. This gilt's just too flat in her overall makeup in relation to a couple of those gilts in front of her. Young man's gilt coming out next has that extra shape and dimension. You like that about her. Her as well comes to just short and jammed up front, and she just doesn't plan and drive with as much push and ump from behind as you'd like to see. Cobra necked one coming out next. I mean, this thing is geek neck, shapely, fresh. You like that about her. She just comes too dry in her rib, just too flat in her makeup, but love her levelness and her correctness. A big scale, long body, deep body kind of a gilt, just broody in terms of her overall makeup. She wants to close up at her knee, just gets too straight and restricted out of her hock. Congratulations to all those exhibitors.
Attention crossbred exhibitors, we need your Class 7 crossbreds. Bring to the holding pen. Class 7 crossbreds. Bring to the holding pen.
Let us get these two out, that way you won't have a wreck.
Over on the crossbred side of the ring, I think a real easiest decision and a logical decision, maybe all day, is to run this gilt up to the top and start to drive with her. Again, this one checks and covers all the basics in the boxes out here. Sound, fault-free, wide, square, big body, still got look and extension. Driven and presented extremely well. I thought a logical place to start. I thought the blue gilt follows the next best just in terms of type and kind. This is a tall shoulder gilt, but to get one this elevated and still that good a neck, she's got shape and spread when you get right on top of her. That's a big blade, that's a big square back, and still got plenty of shape to her upper hip and stifle. She's not quite as coordinated on the front part of her shoulder. She's not quite as square coming right at you. But I think that one's trendy just in terms of color pattern, look and design, squareness to the ground. Still offering us some femininity, but one that can certainly make you some bears just in terms of shape and blade, shape of back, and just overall squareness from behind. The different one comes out next. The young lady She just gets a little more modern in her type and kind for me, a little quicker in her maturity pattern for this shorter and blockier about her head and neck, but really good through the center portion of her body. Still got plenty of shape and spread up high. Maybe just not quite as good. I'd extend her there through her front 1/3. Young lady does a great job of driving and presenting that one. The one that comes out next, extra stout. Big feet, big legs, big jaw, big back, and still got plenty of shape there to her blade. For this, she gets a little more terminal in her overall appearance. I'd lengthen her about her head and neck, make her just more feminine design. When you get right on top of her, she gets a little harsher and harder there in her rib shape, tighter there in her ham loin. But certainly if you like muscle, if you like stoutness, that's certainly one that can do it. As we come out down to 5 here, just a sound fault 3 gilt. This gilt's just not wide enough there in her chest floor, not wide enough there when you view her from behind. She too gets a little tighter in her ham loin junction, but good in terms of just overall build and basic and lines and profile from the side. Once again, a good class. Let's give those kids a round of applause.
Okay, on the purebred side, we have 4 classes of Duroc. We're going to go ahead and call the first class, and right now we are judging the champion dark OPB.
Attention everyone in the barn. If you are parked on the west side of the barn, you need to move your vehicle immediately. We have trailers coming in trying to load out gilts, and your vehicles are blocking the doors. Again, if you are parked anywhere on the west side of the barn, you need to move your vehicle immediately. Tow trucks are being called as I speak. Your Class 4 Crossbred winner was Hagen Hester, Reagan County 4-H. Second in that class was Ashton Collier, Mart FFA. Your Class 5 winner was Sarah Harris, Andrews FFA. Your second place in that class was Claire Roan, Pleasanton FFA. Your Class 6 winner was Sage Deeds, Claude FFA. And your second place in that class was Claire Roan, Pleasanton FFA.
If you would, put your hands together for these exhibitors out here for Champion Dark AOB. I mean, this is exciting to get 2 class winners of this kind of quality, this kind of presence and balance and correctness. I mean, these things are unique. I think they have extreme breeding value. And my compliments to both of these young ladies for bringing 2 high quality individuals. I think it's extremely close in my mind. And I guess the deciding factor for me is as I sort through them and study them, there's one that comes at me just a bit squarer and truer from blade to knee to ground. Young lady of the big class. So have your champion, Gilt.
Once again, as we did in our first division of lightweights, let's give all 3 of these exhibitors in our second place a big round of applause. Once again, I think as you get them back out here and compare each one of them, there's one for us that easily surfaces to the top, and then one that's sound fault-free. And again, as we described in class, she covers all the boxes, but yet she's got some unique pieces to go with it. Hard to get this kind of look and shape and have that kind of squareness of skeleton. This one's big backed and square pinned and square hinged and still got enough stoutness. I think a logical and a really, really good one to win. Young lady's Gilt right here that wins the last fight.
For reserve over here, I think there's still another one that's extremely unique. Her ability to put this much stoutness and feature in this corrective or framework, young lady over here in the white will be reserved. Congratulations.
All right, we're going to go ahead and give the listings of the second class. The 5th place was Ashton Hale from Lubbock County. 4th place, Amanda Danem from Concho County. 3rd place, Cayman Ivins from Sunray FFA. 2nd place, Hannah Snyder from Albany FFA. And 1st place was Mallory Burton from Valley Views Mills FFA. And our champion was Mallory Burton from Valley Mills FFA, and reserve was Mackenzie Burton from Valley Mills FFA also. And that concludes our dark OPB. We're now judging the first class of Durocs.
Once again, as we drop the second place in for reserve out here that we just got done talking, the Gilt is really attractive from the profile to get them that kind of, have that kind of elevation and still that length of neck, but yet a lot of times when you get them that tall and elevated, they want to close up and they don't have much shape at the top side of their skeleton, and this one does. When you get right on top of her, that one's got shape and definition to her back and still proud and square about her upper hip. Mobility and range of motion is good. We like her second best. That blue one there in class 2. The second place one in class 7, there will be a reserve. Your champion Division 2 Crossbred, shown and exhibited by Sage Deeds, Claude FFA. Your reserve champion Division 2 Crossbred, Claire Rome, Pleasanton FFA. Placings from your Class 6 Crossbred. 7th place, Casey Queen, Braun FFA. 6th place, Jasper Kensler, Perrin FFA. 5th place, Jordan Juke, Fall City FFA. 4th place, Kevin Booker, Midland County 4-H. 3rd place, Sierra Lackey, Kerr County 4-H. 2nd place, Claire Rome, Pleasanton FFA. Your Class 6 winner was Sage Deeds, Claude FFA. Let's give those exhibitors a nice round of applause. Attention everyone in the barn, I would like to announce one last time, if you are parked on the west side of the barn, you need to move your vehicle immediately. We have trailers coming in to load out Gilt. Again, you need to move your vehicle immediately if you are parked on the west side of the barn. Attention crossbred exhibitors, we need your Class 8 crossbreds. Bring them to the holding pen. Class 8 crossbreds, bring them to the holding pen. You crossbred exhibitors in the South Show Ring, you can be excused. Ladies and gentlemen, let's give them a nice round of applause. Again, we need your Class 8 crossbreds. Bring them to the holding pen. Class 8 crossbreds. Bring them to the holding pen.
The judge has released these other Duroc exhibitors. If you could please give them a round of applause while they head back to their pens, I'm sure they'd appreciate it. Thank you. All right, we're going to go ahead and call Class 2 Durocs. If you would slowly make your way to the holding pen, Class 2 Durocs.
Again, a nice class as we enter into our heavy division, and yet maybe just not that one clear-cut one to run to the top for me. So as we step back and break them down, I think these two gilts bring the most positives together of what we have to work with within the drive. And that's just to talk about them. The blue gilt is attractive from the profile, still got some stoutness of features, still got some length of head and neck to go with it. Is there range and mobility just in terms of hip and hock? Is it quite good enough to win the class? That's where I question her a little bit. She needs to have more true range of motion. She needs to be able to plant and drive and use that hock just a nickel better than what she does. I think that's where the black gilt does excel. This one's maybe not quite as elevated up front, but yet when you study the basics of one that's got some shape, still got some width, still got some muscle, still got some length and neck to go with it, I think her range and mobility and overall comfort level is better than the blue one. And it's still got some shape, it's still got some dimension there to her upper hip and stifle. She's better in the way that she plants and drives. I like the black one to start, just in terms of comfort level, just in terms of overall shape and eye appeal. The blue gilt, as we talked, front 2/3, I think really good, just in terms of elevation and length of neck. She's shorter strided out of her hip and rump and her hind leg. Doesn't have quite the range and mobility and just get out to cover the surface with quite as much ease and comfort, but I thought that was a nice gilt. I thought she was naturally more feminine design than the gilt that we bring out of 3. The one we bring out of 3 is certainly stout, without a doubt. Big-footed, stout forearm, really big hind leg, and yet at the same time, got plenty of shape and dimension up high. She's maybe not quite as feminine in her overall design. When you study her there through her rib shape, you look at her vulva set and her squareness to her hind leg. I didn't think she tracked quite as square there to the surface in the ground, but certainly if you're looking for one that's going to put some look, going to put some power and mass and overall substance in them, certainly that's a gilt you can look at come sale time. I just need to soften her up in her overall appearance, make her a nickel more feminine design. The white gilt is more feminine design than the one we had previously ahead of her, and at the same time, this is the frailest design gilt of our top 5. She gets frailer in her forearm. She doesn't have quite as much stoutness of feature to go with it. She too gets a little goofy out of her hip and hind leg, and her mobility there, her range of motion from hot to ground needs to be a nickel better. But still, in terms of femininity, look, and design, and center body, certainly that's a nice gilt there to be in 4. As we come on down the line here in 5, this one's not as coordinated out of her hip and hind leg. She doesn't want to square quite as good when you get right in behind her. She needs more range and mobility, needs more squareness out of her hip and hind leg. Once again, a good class. Let's give those kids a round of applause.
get started here on the red side of things. And to me, the young lady's Gilt's maybe the combination of 2 and 3. She's got extra just spread and boldness of the center portion of her body in relation to the Gilt in third, and yet she comes at you, she's square and true. She's elevated at the point of her shoulder in relation to the Gilt in second. Really a good kind of a Gilt to go ahead and second. Go ahead and start the class. Young man's Gilt in second. Another one, moderate frame, broody. You like her extra rib and body. She reads with balance and proportions from the side. I want to elevate this Gilt in her chest foot or in her shoulder, have her a bit stronger at the ground, but really a nice kind of a Gilt. The young lady's Gilt in third. Maybe not one to cooperate as well today, but you study the basics. This Gilt's extremely big chested, extremely big pin. She's got foot and bone. She reads with balance from the side. I need to rule a bigger cage in this Gilt to be able to go ahead and start the class. She just needs more center fill to balance up completely, but a nice kind of a Gilt. Young lady's Gilt coming out next. Initially got sifted out here. Wasn't sure how she was just going to hold up in terms of build up through her shoulder, but she's more than good enough. And I like the back 2/3 of her a great deal. I like her extra rib and body. I like her extra spread. She's just a bit too forward in her shoulder. Consequently, she's just too flat at the ground on both ends of her framework. The young man's got Gilt coming out next. Another one that's got a huge top in her. You read her right up high. She's got just true shape and spread. You like that about her. She's probably as powerful going away from you as anything in class. I just need to redesign her out through her hip, make her longer and leveler. That'll allow her to hold up a lot better from behind. Young lady's Gilt coming out next. Maybe should have wore a pair of Nikes. This Gilt just doesn't want to cooperate. She wants to run the entire time. But you just study the basics of her. She's balanced. She's proportional. She's got foot and bone. She just wants to get a bit tired, and maybe that's as much as her just not wanting to cooperate. She just needs to go better from behind. Young lady's Gilt coming out next. Another one you like in terms of having some extra look and extension up front. She's got some extra just balance and correctness. I particularly like this Gilt when she turns and goes. In terms of her shape to her stifle, she comes a bit flatter in her rib. Just wants to close up a bit more coming right at me. Young man's Gilt that goes ahead and closes the class. He does an incredible job of driving her. She's up-headed. He's got control of her. You like that about her. To me, she's a bit flatter in her rib. She gets a bit tighter out through her hip. Congratulations to all those exhibitors. Good class to go ahead and start the red green.
Attention Crossbred Gilt exhibitors, we need Class 9 Crossbreds, bring them to the holding pen. Class 9 Crossbreds, bring them to the holding pen.
All right, the placings in the first class of Durocs. Fifth place was Race Thornburg Dumas FFA. Fourth place, Mackenzie Burton Valley Mills FFA. Third, Carissa Chervinka Bront FFA. Second place, Trent Helms Ballinger. And our class winner was Alyssa Smith from Winkler, Loving County. Right now, we are starting to judge the second class of Durocs.
Placings in your Class 7 Crossbred. 7th place, Peyton Walker, Snyder FFA. 6th place, Micah Carter, Yoakum County 4-H. 5th place, Ryan Duncan, Brown County 4-H. 4th place, Owen Helms, Ballinger FFA. 3rd place, Caitlin Brooks, Burke Burnett FFA. 2nd place, Kendall Lowry, Yoakum FFA. And your Class 7 winner was Cannon Barker, Stephenville FFA. Let's give those exhibitors a nice round of applause. After we place Class 9 Crossbreds, we will show for Division 3 Crossbred champion. And then we will bring back your Division 1 and Division 2 champion and reserve champions to show for top 5 overall crossbreds. Following the top 5 overall crossbreds, we will bring the top 5 purebred back into the ring to show for the overall supreme champion of the show. Again, everyone, after we judge Class 9 Crossbreds, we will judge for the Division 3 Crossbred Champion. Following that, we will bring back your Division 1 and Division 2 Champion and Reserve Crossbreds and show for the top 5 overall Crossbreds. After that, we will take a short 5 to 10 minute break, and then we will call back your purebreds from yesterday, your top 5 purebreds, and also the top 5 crosses, and we'll show for the overall Supreme Champion of the show.
There's a rag
and probably the deepest class within our top 4 or 5 that we've had to look at yet today. And yet, I'm real happy with the one we're going to lead off, the predominantly white chromed up gilt. That one was sound and flexible and still square at the ground, both coming and going. You know, is she the EST gilt that has the most of anything? I don't know, but the hardest thing to do a lot of times, I think, breeding hogs is to get them to balance and get the build right. So if we can do those 2 things, I think that then we can start stacking on the extras. And just in terms of a sow and being functional, this one's a functional, still got look. She balances the best. She's still got look and extension up through her front 1/3. Reach and mobility's good. She's one of the squarest, just both coming and going. There in her chest floor, squareness and knee, the way she plants and drives out of her hip and hind leg. I like her overall muscle pattern, just probably a nickel more than the one we got in second. The one we got in second, I certainly would admit, this gilt is more naturally more powerful. She's got a bigger blade, she's got a bigger rib cage, and she does have more just overall dimension of muscle there from behind. At the same time, I don't read her quite as feminine there up through her front shoulder. She's not quite as square when her front feet hit the ground. I see her getting a little rounder in her overall muscle pattern, but that one is a stout featured gilt that's still got a really good head and neck, really good through the center portion of her body. I don't think the parts and pieces for me balance quite as good as the one we used in front of her, and that's an awful good gilt. It's sound structured, reach and mobility is plenty good enough to go with all that stoutness and look that she still has. The ones that come out at 3 and 4 are very similar in type and kind, and these 2 gilts I think have a lot of quality to them. From the shoulder back, I like this one a great deal. Certainly she's presented extremely well. Eye appeal, skin and hair, the overall denseness to her skeleton and stoutness is good. When she comes right at you, that's where I got to change her. That thing wants to paddle up front. She gets caved in her knees. She's softer about her front pastern. But that one can make you some bears. To get that kind of look, you're going to get a look every time from a judge. I like her top side of her skeleton. That thing's dead level, big bladed, big top, still square hinge from behind. I just got to change that one up front in order for me to move her up. Now the opposite could be said about this gilt. She is really attractive. I'd like to change her behind. She wants to roll them bows. She's not quite as square as she plants them at the ground from behind. She too gets a little softer in those front feet. I square her out of her hip and hop, but again, show bears, this one can certainly make it tall fronted, elevated, really good head and neck. That's going to get you a look every time. Young man does a great job of driving and presenting her. I'd like to square there from behind as she plants and goes away. The calico gilt's a really heavy muscle gilt, big bladed, naturally has a lot of shape and dimension up high, a stout feature gilt. She's not quite as sound and mobile out of her hip and hop. She needs more plant and just authority there when she drives. But an awful good class, really good top 5. Let's give all those kiddos a big round of applause. Attention crossbred exhibitors, we need your first and second place winners from Class 7 Crossbred. Bring them to the holding pen. Your first and second place winner, Class 7 Crossbred. Bring them to the holding pen. Placings in your Class 8 Crossbred. 10th place, Carson Esther, Valley View FFA. 9th place, Alexandria Naglin, Atascosa County 4-H. Randall County 4-H. 7th place, Grace Dean, Abilene Wiley FFA. 6th place, Morgan Johnson, Denver City FFA. 5th place, Eli Feltman, Wall FFA. 4th place, William Stanley, Valley FFA. 3rd place, Diego Cal. 2nd place, Hagen Hoffman, Glasscock County 4-H. Your Class 8 winner was Ty Gerngross, Wall FFA. Let's give those exhibitors a nice round of applause.
On the purebred side, if you want to bring your Class 3 Durocs to the holding ring, be a good time to do it. The Class 3 Durocs to the holding ring.
You Crossbred Gilt exhibitors in the South Show Ring, you can be excused. Ladies and gentlemen, let's give them a nice round of applause. Again, we need your first and second place winner from Class 7 Crossbred to bring them to the holding pen. Your first and second place winner, Class 7 Crossbred, bring them to the holding pen. Attention all your exhibitors.
Interesting class to put together. They're all different shapes and sizes, and yet the young you read this gilt from the side. She balances, she proportions, she comes at you, she's opened up, she's big and square in terms of her chest floor. I love the way her neck ties into her body. I like to see this gilt go away with just a shot more just base width to really get elite, but the basics of that gilt are really, really good. The young lady's gilt coming out in second, a big broody kind of a gilt. You like that about her. Really has that extra rib and body. I guess to me, I'd like to peel her off just a tick. She's carrying a bit more on her just in terms of cover, but really like her extra just spread and dimension. Good class pair of gilts to go ahead and start. The young man's gilts on the flip side compared to the gilt in second. Really shapely, really fresh, especially as you read her right up high. You like that about her. She comes at you with an attractive look. I like to smooth her out in her ham-loin junction and have her just go a bit more correctly from behind in terms of length of hip and push from behind. The young lady's gilt coming out next. Another one that's got some extra rib and body. You like that about her. She's correct in terms of her build. Likewise, I'd like to peel this one back just a tick in terms of cover. Clean her up through her jowl. She's getting a bit wasty there, but like that about her. Another really shapely, heavy muscle kind of a gilt. This one in terms of pin width, in terms of just shape and dimension as she goes, is as good as any in class. Unfortunately, she's not able to handle it as well in relation. She gets too tight in her hip, too tight in her ham-loin junction. From behind. Young man coming out next. This Gilt, really up-headed, attractive. You like that about her? I'd like to just roll a bigger cage in her and have her go with a shot more just true base width as she turns and goes. But young man does an incredible job with her. Young ladies, Gilt that goes ahead and closes the class. I like the back 2/3 of her. She's got a big square top in her. She's got just true genuine shape as she turns and goes. I like to square her up at her knee and fix her at the ground in terms of flatness of posture. Congratulations to all those exhibitors.
Okay, the Class 2 results were 5th place, Ashley Valdez, Clinton FFA. 4th place, Brayley Kidd, Floyd County 4-H. 3rd place, Reagan Helms, Ballinger FFA. 2nd place, Callie Nickel, Wall FFA. And our class winner was Journey Sorrell from Fort Elliott FFA. We're now judging the 3rd class of Durocs.
Attention Crossbred exhibitors. We need your champion and reserve champion Division I Crossbred. Bring them to the holding pen. We also need your champion and reserve champion Division II Crossbred. Bring them to the holding pen. Again, we need your champion and reserve champion Division I and Division II Crossbreds. Bring them to the holding pen. The donors this year for the Champion Cross, the Champion Light Cross, Pam and David Kimpin, the Champion Middle Cross, Cody and Shanna Pugh, the Champion Heavy Cross, West Texas Boar Stud. If you donated one of these buckles, please make your way to the ring for when we show for the overall Champion Cross. You can present your buckle to the winner.
Still in that blood testing thing too.
Again, a nice class to wrap up here, and maybe some different parts and pieces within this guide. I guess as I break them down, which one is the most complete, and yet there's maybe an area or two that we change with each of them, but just in terms of stoutness of feature and just in terms of range and mobility, I think the young lady's Gilt does it better of the two out here. Just in terms of flex to her hop, ideally I'd change her up through her head and neck and just change her there and square in her knee and pasterns ever so slightly. But I think that one's got the advantage in terms of stoutness, that one's got the advantage just in terms of bulk and shape, her range and mobility in terms of hip and hop, her stoutness to her stall and jaw is just a nickel better than the one we got in second. The one we got in second is tall fronted, really good design in terms of length and neck. I would stouten her stall, stouten her in her overall bone work, and stoutness of structure at the ground. A good body Gilt that still offers some shape and spread. Ideally, we just like to see her plant with a little more ease and comfort there from behind. as she goes away from you. On down the line here, the blue gilt that comes out next. Really a big bladed, big top gilt that's still got plenty of shape and dimension there. I didn't read her quite as flexible, maybe off of either end. She wants to get set down on her hock just a nickel more, not quite as fluid and athletic up there through her front shoulder, maybe not quite as feminine designed as well. Here's one I like from the profile, tall fronted, really feminine design, good through the center portion of her body. Where I need to change is when she comes right at you. She wants to get way in under her knees. She's a little softer in her front passion. I'd stout her just a nickel there at the ground, but good in terms of center body, good in terms of look and design. We just kind of square that one up front for me to move her up. Here's a sound structured gilt that offers us some foot size and bone. There's just not quite as much to her when you get right on top of her. She gets a little plainer in her shape there out of her blade. She gets a little plainer and flatter in her rib as well. But once again, a nice class. Let's give all those kids a round of applause. We will now show for Division 3 Crossbred champion, your Class 7 winner, Shannon Barker, Stephenville FFA. Second place in that class was Kendall Lowry, Yoakum FFA. First place in Class 8, Ty Gerngrove, Wall FFA. Your second place in that class was Hagen Hoffman, Glasscock County 4-H. Your Class 9 winner was Tatum Grady, Albany FFA. Second place in that class was Ty Gerngrove, Small FFA. Once again, as we've done our previous divisions, big round of applause for all 6 of these first and second place skills here in this division. Once again, a good division, maybe some parts and pieces to work through, and I guess as we break them down out here, there's one that balances extremely well, still flexible, still got look, and still got shape and dimension to go with it. Square when she comes at you, square when she leaves you. Young man's Gilt right here is our champion in Division 3.
Okay, the judge has excused the remaining exhibitors in this Duroc side. You could please give them a round of applause. We'd appreciate it.
Again, as we drop into second place, as we talked here in class, Gilt, just in terms of shape and blade and shape and dimension up high, still really good through her center portion of her body, still got some stoutness, a feature to go with it. Maybe square just a nickel as she comes at you, and that's the area we changed. But we like that one the second best, just to put in terms of totals. Young man second place scale to be reserved.
Is everybody ready over there? We got all the seats? Have you called the first and second? I called them all.
Again, we need your champion and reserve champion Division 1 Crossbred and your champion and reserve champion Division 2 Crossbred. Bring them to the holding pen.
We're going to go ahead and call the last class, the Durocs Class 4. Please make your way to the holding pen. The last class of Durocs is Class 4.
Again, after we show for the overall champion cross of the show, we will take a short 5 to 10 minute break, and then we will call back the top 5 crossbreds and the top 5 purebreds from tomorrow to show for the overall supreme champion of the show. I'd also like to take this opportunity to recognize the official swine show sponsor, ADM Mormon Show Tech. Regardless if you're aiming for a county or state fair champion, Mormon Show Tech has the products to fuel the nutritional requirements of your show livestock. Not only do they offer high-quality show feeds, but they also give back to the industry through show sponsorships, educational show clinics, and a top-notch awards program for all county, state, and major show winners using Mormon Show Tech. Thanks to Dr. Bruce McLean and everyone at Mormon Show Tech for their continued support of the San Angelo Stock Show and Rodeo. Please visit the booth located behind the show arena for more information on their valuable products. Also, for anyone who had a champion or reserve champion today or yesterday, please go by the booth as well and pick up an awards application and fill it out and give it to Tad Knight. Let's give ADM Mormons a nice round of applause.
Yeah, okay. Always ready?
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're ready to show for the top 5 overall crossbreds of the show. Oh, I'm sorry. I'm getting ahead of myself. We need a photographer in the ring, please. Can we get one of the photographers to the ring? We need to take pictures. Oh, she's in the ring. We're going to hand out the buckles now to the champion crosses. The Division 1 champion cross buckle was donated by Pam and David Kempen. Your winner is Emma Marie Lozado, Princeton FFA. Your Division 2 champion buckle is donated by Cody and Shanna Pugh. Your winner, Sage Deeds, Claude FFA. Your Division 3 heavy cross buckle was donated by West Texas Boar Stud. Your winner, Ty Gerngross, Wall FFA. Now we're ready. Your Division I champion, Emma Marie Rosado, Princeton FFA. Your reserve Division I champion was Clay McLemore, Perrin FFA. Your Division II Crossbred champion, Sage Deeds, Claude FFA. Your reserve Division II was Claire Rome, Pleasanton FFA. And your Division III heavy champion, Ty Gerngross, Ball FFA. Your reserve Division III was Hagen Hoffman, Glasscock County 4-H. Once again, I thought we had a real nice cross show to work through today. Not big in numbers, but I think the depth and quality and these three out here, I'm real happy with. And if you would, as we've done in the previous division, let's give all three of these division winners and those kids a big round of applause. Once again, I think three high-quality gilts out here that, again, can be sows and can be females that can make the bars or make the gilts to come back here at the majors next year. And yet, when you look at all three of them, there's only one out here that demands your attention, just in terms of ring presence, in terms of center body. One that's eloquent, yet, but she's sound and square. I think she's an awful good one. Young lady there out of that middleweight is going to have our champion crop.
Over here on the red side of things, really a nice kind of a gilt to go ahead and win this class. I like this gilt in terms of her squareness of build, her correctness of build, and yet where she maybe beats a couple of the gilts down the line, she's still fresh in her shape, she's still correct in her angles, particularly out there her hock into her pastern. Good kind of a gilt to go ahead and win the class. The gilt coming out in second, another one that follows the same type and kind in terms of squareness, in terms of just fresh shape and body. I thought in relation to the class winner, she comes a bit more refined at her ankle, and she's just not as comfortable or pushes as hard from behind as our class winner. The elephant in the room, or I guess the challenge for me, was the gilt in third. I love this gilt from the side. She's tall shouldered, she's level, she's correct, she's got big legs. I love all those things about her, and yet of the class of what's out here, she comes at you maybe as narrow as anything, but the basics in terms of just build and correctness identify with a great deal. The young lady's gilt coming out next. A good kind of a gilt you like in terms of having some extra spread up high. You like her in terms of having some extra pin shape from behind. To me, she comes a bit more refined in her makeup. She gets a bit just shorter and choppier in her step from behind. Young man does a nice job coming out next. Another one you like in terms of her neck and her extension. You like that about her in terms of her freshness of shape. Comes a bit more refined at the ground, a bit flatter in her overall makeup at the ground up front. Young lady's gilt that goes ahead and closes the class. As heavy muscled as anything in here, really opened up, really square, really powerful. She just needs to go sounder from behind to be able to move up. Congratulations to all those exhibitors.
Okay, the results for Class 3 Durocs: 6th, Kylie Waddle, Brown County 4-H. 5th, Ben Woodward, White Deer FFA. 4th, Caitlin Brown, Aledo FFA. 3rd, Kaylee Anderson, Perrin FFA. 2nd, Rayleigh McCurdy, Akil FFA. And our class winner was Claire Rome, Pleasanton FFA. We are now judging Class 4 Durocs, which is our last class. So if you have a first or second place gilt in the first three classes, just kind of pay attention. We'll call you a little later.
Again, as we choose reserve cross over here, I think it's a little closer than obviously the decision that we had for champion. I think all three of these certainly got a lot of positives to build around. I guess the one for us, when we break them down, just in terms of reach and mobility off of both ends, and still having some freshness to the center portion of her body, we like the young man's heavyweight Gilt here. She'll be reserved.
We'll now be selecting our top 5 crosses. And each second from our... Folks, listen up. When we get through picking these top 5 crosses, we're going to take about a 15-minute break. If you have the top 5 purebreds, go get them up and get them ready. Top 5 crosses, go back to your pens, freshen up, and we'll call you back when we get through at the break.
As we get out here for third overall cross, and again, we thought it was close between a pair of Gilts and this one, as we talked here within the drive. This one's unique just in terms of elevation and look and extension. One that to get them kind of that good looking, still got shape up high, still square, maybe just not quite as wide and it's quite as good there in the front part of her blade. And I think this one's awful good and still is good in her own right. Young lady right here at the blue Gilt will be our third overall. Again, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to take a 15-minute break, and then we'll call back the top 5 crossbreds and the top 5 purebreds from yesterday.
Okay, these exhibitors and the ring are excused here. Would you please give them a round of applause for their efforts?
Attention, ladies and gentlemen, I'd like to take this opportunity again to recognize our official swine show sponsor, ADM Mormon Showtech. Regardless if you're aiming for a county or state fair champion, Mormon Showtech has the products to fuel the nutritional requirements of your show livestock. Not only do they offer high-quality show feeds, but they also give back to the industry through show sponsorships, educational show clinics, and a top-notch awards program for all county, state, and major show winners using Mormon Showtech. Thanks to Dr. Bruce McLean and everyone at Mormon Showtech for their continued support of the San Angelo Stock Show and Rodeo. Please visit the booths located behind the show arenas for more information on their valuable products. Also, if you had a reserve or champion today or yesterday, please go by the Mormon Showtech booth. If you feed Mormons and get an awards application, fill it out and bring it to Tad Knight.
Man, I was fixing to say we're about through, but you're not about through. You gotta stay.
How long are they here? Longer? Those TVs up there heard me say my job is easy.
Do you have a list of all these? Yes, sir. Go? I have them all right here. I have a purebred and a crossbred. And we'll be doing the top 5, correct? What you looking for? Your phone?
What color is it? Brown?
Brown leather case. I do not see it.
All right, here with this Duroc breed, if you had a first or second class gilt in the first 3 classes, please make your way to the holding pen. We're finishing up class 4. So if in the Duroc breed, if you had a first or second class, please make your way up here. Thank you.
Good class, red gilts. Go ahead and close up the red gilt side of things. The young man's gilt to me was the clear class winner in my mind. She's square, she's fresh, she's bold, and yet she still has correctness of build, stoutness of feature. Really a nice kind of a gilt to go ahead and start the class. Young lady's gilt coming out in second. The longer she drives, the more she moves her way up. And just in terms of her basic build, her correctness, her attractiveness, you like all those things about her. Is she just a flashy show gilt that says, here I am, come get me? Maybe not, but the basics are certainly good there. The unique breeding piece may be in third, and in terms of swinging for the fence and trying to generate a boar, the gilt in third. We may give you as good a chance as anything. She's really heavy featured, really stout, really square. To me, she comes a bit, I just like to clean her up and make her a bit more refined in terms of being a breeding gilt, but certainly has breeding value, no doubt about it. The gilt coming out next. I like the back 2/3 of this gilt. Her extra spread up high, her pin width, you like that about her. You like her extra freshness. To me, I need to change her up through her angle and then allow her to be stronger on her front pasterns, but the back 2/3 are awful good. Young man's gilt coming out next. Really a nice, attractive headed kind of a gilt. You like that about her. You like her in terms of her levelness from shoulder to hip. Like all those things about her. To me, you get around behind her, she's a bit more refined in her ankle, and she's not as square from hock to ankle either. The young lady's gilt that goes ahead and closes the class has really a stout skull kind of a look. You like her in terms of her extra squareness of chest, her extra rib and body. To me, she's a bit more refined at the ground, and the longer the drive we're on, she wants to just tuck and roll underneath of her. Congratulations to all those exhibitors. Good class of red gilts to go ahead and close up the show.
Attention in the barn, would you bring your top 5 purebreds and top 5 crossbreds to the holding pens at this time. Start heading this way with the top 5 purebreds and the top 5 crossbreds.
We're going to go ahead and call the Hampshires. We have 2 Hampshire classes, and they're small classes. So class 1, make your way to the ring. In class 2, it's a small class ahead of you, so don't be too far off.
Just kind of a reminder, we're going to be putting the sale order together, the complete sale order together after the selection of the top 5. I would ask that if you are considered for the sale, please hold off on feeding and watering your gilt. We need to have those gilts fairly hungry when they come up here for the picture taking. So don't slop them right now. You can give them a little, but let's make sure when they come up here that they are ready to eat. If you're considered for the sale and you make that sale, you will need to be here to relocate your pig. We'll make some announcements when that gets closer, and we'll talk to you people that are in the sale about what's expected of you. So remember that, if you've got one of these pigs that's when you leave the ring, or if you're back in the pens, don't be swapping those hogs now, because we'd sure like to have them hungry when they come for pictures.
The results on Class 4 Duroc 6 was Elisa Gallegos from Reagan County 4-H, 5th, Tylen Booker, Midland County 4-H, 4th, Ashlyn Huddleston, Alito FFA, 3rd, Brenna Bell, Greenwood FFA, 2nd, Michaela Hedrick, Chico FFA, and our class winner was Huffman, Heatley, Albany FFA.
Attention again, you Junior Star Gilt Show exhibitors. exhibitors, we need your top 5 purebreds and your top 5 crossbreds. Bring them to the holding pen. Top 5 purebreds and top 5 crossbreds. Bring them to the holding pen.
If you would, please put your hands together for all 4 of these exhibitors out here for Champion Duroc Drive. You know, I thought it was a good breed, maybe a lot of different pieces that came together, and yet you get out here for Champion Drive, and I think all 4 of these fit the same type and kind. They're good, sound structure, kind of a Gilt. They got more than enough in terms of muscle. They're correct in terms of their angles and their feet and legs. Yet it gets it challenging for Champion Drive. I think there's 2 or 3 Gilts in contention. To me, there's a Gilt that hit me extremely hard, and she came through the gate, and she, I guess, was on my mind the whole time. The young lady right there will have your Champion Duroc Gilt. Congratulations. For reserve, I think it's equally as close. There's another Gilt out here just in terms of just sheer mass and power and spread and dimension. I was going to go ahead and be a reserve. The young man out of the class will be a reserve Duroc Gilt. Congratulations.
And our Champion Duroc was exhibited by Alyssa Smith from Winkler, Loving County. The reserve champion was Huffman Heatley from Albany, FFA. We're now judging the youngest class of Hampshires, and both Hampshire classes are real small, so if you have a Class 2 Hampshires, be on standby. Thank you.
would like to take this opportunity to recognize our Supreme Champion and Reserve Supreme Champion trophy donors. The Supreme Champion trophy was donated by TL Showpigs. The Reserve Supreme Champion trophy was donated by Lacey Showpigs.
All right, let's call the second class of Hampshires. Once again, it's a small class. The second class of Hampshires, please make your way to the show rink, to the holding pen.
We ready? We're just gonna turn the top two out, right? Yes, I just announced that.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're ready to get underway for the Supreme Championship Drive. Your Grand Champion Purebred was shown and exhibited by Lawson Canales, Randall County 4-H. I'm going to go ahead and announce the top five, even though we're not turning them all out. Your Reserve Champion Purebred was Sierra Lackey, Kerr County 4-H. Your third overall Purebred was Taylor Duchette, Nueces County 4-H. Your fourth overall Purebred, Cambry Swartz, Miles FFA. Your fifth overall Purebred, Claire Roan, Pleasanton FFA. The Grand Champion Cross, shown and exhibited by Sage Deeds, Claude FFA. Your Reserve Champion Cross was Ty Gerngross, Wall FFA. Third overall cross, Claire Roan, Pleasanton FFA. Fourth overall cross, Hagen Hoffman, Glasscock County 4-H. And fifth overall cross, Emma Marie Lozado, Princeton FFA. Let's give all those exhibitors a nice round of applause. You guys just unset for a minute. Once again, I think a great way to conclude our last 2 days here, and I thought Seth and I, we had a really good purebred show yesterday, and then certainly had a high-quality set of gilts to work through today. And before we go any further, I would like to say thanks to the committee, anybody that's involved with the St. Angelo Stock Show and the opportunity in the Gilt Show here. I sincerely say thank you for the opportunity to come out here and not only evaluate the gilts, but more importantly, the opportunity for Seth and I to work with your young people. And if we would, it takes an army, whether you're putting on a show this large or you're putting on any show. I've been a part of them, and so Seth, and trying to organize everything behind the scenes. It certainly takes countless hours. It takes a lot of volunteers. It takes a lot of people swinging gates, checking pigs in. And again, you can't have something run this smooth like it has the last 2 days without a tremendous amount of volunteers and financial support from outside donors. So if you would, I'd ask you around ringside, give all these people that help put on this show a big round of applause. Next, I'd like to thank the parents, FFA teachers, grandmas, grandpas, aunts and uncles, brothers and sisters, whoever allowed these kids, and that helped not only financially, but also helped with all the work at home to be able to get to a show. I think showing livestock is one of the best things that we can raise our kids doing. It teaches those kids many life lessons, and I sincerely believe that. And that's not possible without the people at home and the people that support them on a daily basis to get them to this point. Whether they're in these pens or they're back there, they've already went home. Thank you to those mentors, those parents. And I'd ask if you would, give them a big round of applause for their support. Once again, thanks to the kids, each and every kid that's been through here. Seth and I were talking there last night. You know, you get a judge we've had the opportunity to judge at quite a few different, on quite a few different stages in quite a few different parts of the country. But it's always fun to come to Texas, and I sincerely mean that. These kids are first class, they're polite. Even when their hog didn't get chose to come up here, and you would tell them something that about the hog, it was always yes sir. And they always had a smile on their face. They weren't shaking their head. So I sincerely thank you guys here, not only in San Angelo, but the state of Texas, for raising some first-class kids to be leaders of our country and our communities going forward. Once again, thanks for the opportunity to be here. And as we fire these two back up, Seth and I think that we've got two outstanding females out here. There's one for us, so when she hits the ring, the services to the top. And this one puts together a lot of positives, a lot of things that are hard to put together within any breed of hogs. But yet she covers all the basics of squareness and look and body and rib and stoutness. And yet she still does it in a balanced package. She does it in a package that's built extremely good from the ground up. One that certainly Seth and I think would like to have a lot of sows that look like this one, just in terms of covering the basics, but having some extras, and then yet she still looks like a show gilt. So once again, big round of applause for all the kids. We'll go out and get you a champion.
Congratulations to Sage Deeds, Claude FFA, with our champion Crossbred. It will be our Supreme Champion Gilt. We're now bringing in our Reserve Grand Champion Crossbred, Tiger and Gross, Wall FFA.
Well, I'm not going to talk a whole lot. You guys got to hear plenty of me yesterday, and I'm just going to echo the same things Justin just got done saying. But once again, real quick, again, thanks San Angelo for having us down here. Thank you, kids, for doing such a great job. Ring help, awesome, made it go efficient. We really appreciate that as judges. Quality of the hogs on the top end we thought was real exceptional, and we get out here for your Reserve Supreme Champion, and it's close between the two, honestly. We can make a case for either one of them. I think there's some things we like about that cross gilt that maybe the spot gilt doesn't have, and the spot gilt has some things to offer that our crossbred gilt maybe doesn't have. But it's a close call, and kind of boils down to personal preference and how you guys like them, and you guys will decide how you want to buy them on Tuesday, and that's all fine and dandy with us. So we're real happy again. Like I said, if you guys would put your hands together and help me congratulate the exhibitor driving the spot gilt. Reserve Grand, congratulations, buddy.
Congratulations to Lawson Canales of Randall County 4-H with his champion spot, Grand Champion Purebred, our Reserve Supreme Champion. We'll now be selecting our top 5, and folks, before we do this, had 2 guys come down here and work extremely hard. Well, when you put the years that these guys have been in at or near a hog pen, you can probably start at age 6 months or so. These guys, both of them make their living raising hogs, and that's the kind of guys we like to use to judge these shows. They've read their pedigrees to you a couple of times during the day, but they worked extremely hard, done an excellent job. All these youngsters saw and spoke to, and folks, get together now and give Sage and Seth and Justin a big round of applause. Thank you guys, a job well done. Number 3 is our reserve grand champion crossbred, Ty Gergros, Wall FFA. Congratulations. I spoke to a couple of you kids about getting some tests done here. Make sure you go that way. Now we have Claire Roan, our 3rd overall crossbred from Pleasanton FFA. Number 4, our champion champion purebred, Lawson Canales, from Randall County 4-H. My bad, we've got the number, Taylor Ducey. Congratulations to Claire Roan, Pleasanton FFA. Ladies and gentlemen, this concludes our show. We want to thank you for coming. Make sure that you get trailer releases before you can leave. Do not park along this wall over here so we can load out. If you're going to hang around to see if you're in the sale, make sure you stay here. If you want to get a hamburger or something, get her done. But whenever we put that sale order up, we need to meet with you guys in the show ring for just a second about what the procedure is going to be. I want to thank you all for coming. God bless you, and be safe on the way home.
On the junior side, we're missing 1 gilt on the 2nd class, Trip Trimble. Please make your way to the show ring. And now we'll let the judge talk the results for Class 1 Hampshire.
All right, go ahead and fire these 2 up. Really a good class of Hampshire gilts to go ahead and get started. The young man gilt there is going to go ahead and start. You just study her in terms of feet and bone, in terms of stoutness, and in terms of just boldness as you get to the center portion of her body. Love the front 2/3 of that gilt a great deal. If we're going to change her, we want to square her right hock up just ever so slightly, but her extra just mass and power allows her to go ahead and win. The young man's gilt here in 2nd is the ultra correct, ultra attractive kind of a gilt. You love that about her, and just in terms of her basic build, her ability to get out and go on both ends of her framework, to me she comes just a bit more refined, a bit flatter in relation to our class winner. Really a moderate frame, really square opened up kind of a gilt. I love this gilt's just cage in terms of just her roll there through the center portion of her body. To me, I just want to elevate her, make her just come bigger in her type and kind, and allow her just to go a bit more stable behind behind. The young ladies gilt coming out next is a bigger type and kind of a gilt. Really gives you an attractive look from the side. To me, she comes just a bit flatter in her overall makeup, and then it's when I get in right in behind her is where I want to change her. I want to hit her, have her rear foot hit the ground squarer and truer to be able to go ahead and move up a place or two. The young ladies gilt coming out next. Another one you have to appreciate in terms of height at the point of her shoulder extension from there forward. Really a fresh kind of a gilt. She just comes a bit flatter in her overall makeup. Just wants to get a bit more restricted from behind. Just doesn't want to flex her hock as well. The young ladies gilt coming out next. Tall shouldered, attractive, really gives you a shapely look up high. To me, she just comes a bit flatter in her overall makeup. She just doesn't go as coordinated from behind. The young ladies gilt coming out next. Another moderate frame gilt has that extra rib and body in relation to a couple in front of her. She's just not as square on either end of her framework. The same can be said about the young ladies gilt that goes ahead and closes the class. Moderate frame, shapely, you like that about her. Just doesn't go good enough from behind. Just want to square her up and give her a bit more flex. Congratulations to all those exhibitors on a good class of Hampshires to get started.
Okay, the results on Class 1 Hampshires, there were just 8, so I'll read all 8 exhibitors. In 8th, we had Carly Spoon, Johnson County 4-8s. 7th, Brooke Davis, Bront, FFA. 6th, Gigi Steeling, Kendall County 4-H. 5th, Avalee Campbell, Littlefield, FFA. 4th, Melanie Dushek, Wall, FFA. 3rd, Kinsley Bogle, Aledo, FFA. 2nd, Gus Steelig, Kendall County 4-H, and our class winner was Caden Bingham, Littlefield FFA. And we're judging the 2nd class of Hampshires, which is our last class of Hampshires.
Attention in the barn. We have one final presentation, and if you'll come to the announcer's stand, we'll get this done, is our showmanship for the San Angelo Stars Gilt Show. The showmanship winner is Claire Roan, Pleasanton FFA. Please come to the announcer's stand.
We're going to go ahead and break for lunch after these Hampshires. That way, if you guys need to go get something to eat, you have a little time. Probably take about an hour break. We're going to, roughly around 12:30, we'll resemble with the White Oak PBs. That way, everybody knows.
Really good class here on the second class of Hampshire's. The young man's Gilt's going to go ahead and win here. To me, she's the square correct. Gilt still has more than enough in terms of just feature, in terms of boldness. I think in relation to the Gilt in second, she rolls out with more true shape up high, and that facilitates her having just more true rib shape. Really a nice kind of a Gilt to go ahead and win the class. The young man's Gilt coming out in second. Like in terms of her squareness of build, she's square and correct on both ends of her framework. She gives you a really ultra attractive look from the side. I just need to roll more cage in that Gilt, give her maybe just a shot more fill to be able to go ahead and contend with that class winner. The young man's Gilt coming out next, follows the type and kind of those in front of her, really correct on her feet and legs, reads with some true shape and expression. I guess of the initial three, she comes maybe just a bit shot flatter from behind. She's maybe not as elevated in terms of the height of her shoulder, but a nice Gilt. The young man's Gilt coming out next is a tall-shouldered, extended, long body kind of a Gilt. You'll appreciate those things about her. To me, she just comes a bit straighter in her hock and flatter in her stifle muscle from behind, but like her extra length and extension. Really a big broody kind of a Gilt, a really moderate frame with an extra just rib and body. To me, she's just too much in terms of just cover. I like to peel her back and then just make her come bigger in terms of her type and kind. The young lady's Gilt that goes ahead and closes the class does come with a little bit more length and extension. She's just a bit more flatter in her makeup, a bit more restricted behind in terms of movement. Congratulations to those exhibitors in class 2.
The results in Class 2 Hampshire: 6th, Kylie Waddle, Brown County 4-H; 5th, Carson Esker, Valley View FFA; 4th, Tice Lambert, Perrin FFA; 3rd, Tripp Trimble, Dallam Hartley County; 2nd, Hagen Lefevre, Lockney County; and our class winner was Wyatt Porter from Karn City FFA. And now we're judging for Champion Hampshire.
If you would, please put your hands together for these two exhibitors out here for Champion Hampshire Drive. Didn't have much in terms of numbers, but certainly really like the quality we have out here. These two young individuals do a nice job of driving these. To me, there's one Gilt that's just squarer in terms of the way her skeleton is laid on her body. The young man out of Class 2 will be your Champion Hampshire. Congratulations. You dropped the second place Gilt out here, and we talked her in class. Really a shapely, really a square kind of a made kind of a Gilt. I think maybe just to talk these Gilts just a bit more. The Gilt out of Class 1 comes really square and opened up through her chest. You like her extra rib and body. I think her flex from hock to ground is really good. I just want to square her up. On the other side, the Gilt that's second in class, really shapely, really square. I don't think she maybe just pushes and plants as well out of her hock in relation to the Gilt that won the first class. The young man out of Class 2 or Class 1 will be a reserve. Congratulations.
All right, our champion Hampshire Gilt was exhibited by Wyatt Porter, Carnes City FFA, Reserve, Caden Bingham, Littlefield FFA. And that concludes our Hampshire show. We're going to break till roughly 12:30 for lunch, and see you guys back then. We're going to start back on the Junior Gilt show here in a little bit with white OPBs, Chester Whites, and Land Races. Don't bring them yet, but in just a little bit we'll be calling for the first class. In just a little bit we'll be ready. All right, we're going to call the first class of white OPBs in the Junior Gilt Show, which are Chester Whites and Landrace. You can make your way to the to the holding ring. The first class of Chester Whites, Landrace, white OPBs. Okay, the judge has excused the exhibitors in the ring. If you would please give them a round of applause as they work back to their pens. And All right, we're going to go ahead and call the second class of white OPBs, Cheshires and Landrays. The second class, make your way to the holding pen.
Well, this is fun to get back in here after lunch, and the top end of this thing is extremely good. Lots of different shapes and sizes, and yet I think there's quality all the way down the line. The young ladies' Gilt's going to go ahead and win one, I think, that combines just true shape and dimension in relation to the Gilt in second. I think that she comes at you with more horsepower. She leaves you with more horsepower, and she's more than correct and good enough at the ground in terms of build to go ahead and start the class. Really an ultra attractive kind of a Gilt from the side is the young man's in second. Really love her in terms of her foot and bone. I just need to see just a shot more of her coming and going, specifically in the seat of her pants, to go ahead and contend with that class winner. But a nice kind of a Gilt. Same can be said about the young ladies' Gilt coming out in third. Another one's just basic and correct in her build. She reads with balanced proportions. I want to make her a touch stronger on her front pasterns. I want to see her go with just a touch more comfort from behind in relation to those in front of her, but really a good kind of a Gilt. Young man's got a really shapely Gilt coming out next. Really like her in terms of her just raw muscle and dimension. Particularly you get in behind her, she's as good in terms of her pin width as any. I thought the longer the drive wore on, this Gilt wanted to labor more on both ends of her framework of the initial drive. Young ladies coming out next, got another one you like in terms of having some height of shoulder, having some extension from their front forward, and she still reads with true shape up high. Likewise, the longer she fights the whip, the tighter she gets from behind. Young man's got a big, tall, scaled kind of a Gilt, really extended and has some look in terms of just true shape out of the back of her blade. She goes to the ground with some foot and bone. Likewise, the longer we drive, the tighter she gets, and she wants to not get her hock far enough behind her to really push and go. Unique, interesting individual to truly study is coming out next. This one is really love in terms of her body shape, in terms of her spread and dimension. We just got to talk about performance in relation to her class. She's just given up too much. A big scaled, tall, shouldered, extended kind of a Gilt that's got some foot and bone. She looks like maybe she's nursing an injury behind. She's just not wanting to get out and go here today. Good class. Congratulations to all those exhibitors.
The results for Class 1 were 6th place, Joseph Lentz, Carson County 4-H. 5th place, Jill Kellamar, Wall FFA. 4th place, Tripp Trimble, Dallam Hartley County. 3rd place, Gigi Staling, Kendall County 4-H. 2nd place, Gus Staling, Kendall County 4-H. And our class winner was Sierra Lackey from Kerr County 4-H. We may be missing a hog, Abby McWhirter from Coppers Cove, FFA. Abby McWhirter, Coppers Cove. If you're in this class, your class is being shown. All right, the judge has excused the exhibitors in the ring. If you'd please give them a round of applause, we'd appreciate it, and thank you. All right, we're going to go ahead and call the third class of white OPBs, Chesters and Landrays. This is our last class of the white OPBs. We're calling the third class to the holding ring.
By some margin, the deepest class we've had in terms of quality today down the line. There's certainly quality gilts, and my compliments to these exhibitors for bringing a really, really nice class. To me, the two pair of gilts surface their way up this in terms of correctness, in terms of build. I thought of the pair, the longer the drive wear on, she's just more comfortable, and she's got more just sheer shape and power and dimension. The young man in the blue shirt's going to go ahead and win your class. Really just a bold made kind of a gilt. The young man's gilt coming out in second, really a tall-shouldered, attractive kind of a gilt. You certainly like that about her. You like her fresh shape. She may be up front ever so slightly. He wants to tie her a bit up through her shoulder, but really a quality gilt to be sitting in second. The young man's gilt in third, same can be said. Certainly one you like in terms of squareness. You like her in terms of just opened up as she comes through her chest for you. Like her in terms of how big and bold she is out of the back of her blade. Likewise, the longer she drove on, she just wants to get swivel in these pack two, just doesn't want to plant and drive with authority. The Landrace up here in gilt, really for her breed and what she represents is certainly quality. That one for a Landrace is extremely stout in terms of foot and bone. Her hind leg is incredible in terms of build for that breed. You have to represent that, and yet at the same time in relation to those in front of her, she's given up a bit more just in sheer power and mass. She likewise just wants to get out herself ever so slightly. The young man's got a little bit smaller gilt coming out next, one that's really fresh. As you read her on the top of her blade, you read her in terms of her rib and body, you like that about her. She comes just a bit flatter up front in terms of pastern. I guess in relation to her classmates, she's given up quite a bit in just overall performance. young man's does a nice job bringing out a really attractive kind of a gilt, like this one's head and neck and just true back shape. You get on top of her, she's got a big ditch up there, and yet as you study her, she comes a bit pinched in her ham loin. She's not as fluid in her movement from behind. She just gets a bit tighter in terms of her overall makeup. The young lady's got a gilt coming out next, really moderate, really bold, really opened up, like all those things about her. To me, she's a bit of a low rider in terms of her setup front to her pastern, and behind she wants to just kick him outside in terms of the way she goes from behind, but like the extra moderation and boldness. Young lady's got a nice gilt coming out next, one that reads with truth, just freshness right through the center portion of her body. You like that about her. To me, she's a bit shorter in terms of her hip, a bit more restricted in terms of her movement. The young lady that goes ahead and closes the class, another tall, shorter, deep body kind of a gilt you like in terms of those things. She's got some extra foot and bone. She's just a bit straighter and more restricted on both ends of her framework. Congratulations, really good class all the way through to those exhibitors.
The results of the class of white OPBs: 6th place, Clay McLemore, Perrin, Texas. 5th place, Courtney Williams, Randall County 4-H. 4th place, Cash Swearingen, Valley Mills, FFA. 3rd place, Ty Gangrel, Swall, FFA. 2nd place, Brady McLemore, Perrin, Texas. And your class winners was Jonathan Vadnays from Kendall County 4-H. We're now judging the Class 3 white OPB. After that, we'll judge for your champion. So if you have a 1st or 2nd place in the first 2 classes, just kind of hang back. We'll call you a little later.
If you're in the barn, I'd like to have the top 5 from the Star Show to come over to the sale pit. Just the top 5 that were determined at the end of the show. Bring the top 5. Also, we would like the reserve champion lightweight cross to come with them. Bring that pig also. Now hold that pig, I'm sorry. Hold it in your pen. Just bring the top 5 only. Stars Gilts. Top 5 star gilts to the sale lot pens.
All right, the judge has excused these exhibitors in the ring. If you'd want to give them a round of applause, we'd appreciate it and thank them for coming.
Attention Star Gilt sale pigs, the sale order has been posted. Attention, the sale order has been posted. If you're showing a gilt in the purebred show, you keep doing what you're doing, don't worry about it. But if you're in the barn and you have a gilt that's in the sale order, find your number and take your pig to that pen. Do not bring any tack at this point, your pig only. Do not leave after you stay there with her because you will need to be there with her for paint branding and photography, and we have a brief little discussion we need to have with you about the procedure for the sale. So make sure if you've gone, if you're going home, have a representative here, but let's make sure we all get on the same page. The sale order has been posted. If you're sale lot number 20, go to pin 20. Don't bring your tack. Don't bring your feed buckets, just bring your pig only.
If you had a class winner, first or second place hog in this white OPB breed, first or second place in the first two classes, make your way to the holding pen. We're finishing up on class 3. If you had a first or second place Chester White Landrace in this show, start making your way to the holding pen so we can breed for championship in a little bit.
Another good class here on the white AOBs. The young ladies Gilt, let's go ahead and win this class. Does so when she drives right at you. She's squarer and truer. She's more opened up through her chest for in relation to the Gilt in second. And yet you still get off to the side of her. She still reads with freshness. She still reads with shape. She's still a good built kind of a Gilt. Congratulations to that young lady. Young ladies Gilt coming out in second. To one, we talk about just the basics of foot and bone and correctness in terms of rib and body. I like that about her. She still reads with an up-headed, attractive look. It's when she comes right at me. She wants to cave in her knee, flatten up and narrow up as she goes to the ground. But a really nice pair of Gilts. The young man's Gilt coming out in third. A unique breeding piece, no doubt about it. Heavy boned, big top, big hip, really powerful, really stout. I like all those things about her in terms of generating board. She's got that kind of potential, and yet the longer she's out here, she just gets too tight on both ends of her framework for me, particularly up through her shoulder, but really like the unique pieces that one has. The young lady's Gilt coming out next. A moderate frame, big bodied one, really does a nice job of getting this one drove. She's up headed, she reads with some balance from the side, and yet the longer the drive wears on, she gets tighter out of her hip, and she wants to get it flatter up there on her front pasterns. Young lady coming out next, one that reads with true shape and dimension, particularly as you read her up high. She's fresh in terms of her body shape. I like that about her. You like her in terms of having some extra depth of body. She too wants to get too restricted out of her hip. We'll just need to see her get her hock further behind her and be able to plan and drive to be able to move up the line. Young ladies Gilt coming out next, really comes at you with a big chest floor. I like that about her. She works a great deal of just forearm and foot and bone, yet she just gets too tight. She wants to duck and roll underneath of her. I like to have her just a shot more just true shape as she goes away from you. The young ladies Gilt that goes ahead and closes the class. I like the back 2/3 of her, particularly for her breed. Her hind leg is good. She's able to get out and go. It's just up front. She's too flat in her passer and she wants to close up in her knee, but like her body shape. Congratulations to all those exhibitors.
The class results were in 6th place, Dahlia Sadler, Eastland FFA. 5th place, Cambridge Swartz, Miles FFA. 4th place, Gigi Staling, Kendall County, 4-H. 3rd place, Ezekiel Barron, Dumas, FFA. 2nd place, Claire Roan, Pleasanton, FFA. And our class winner was Sierra Lackey from Kerr County. We are now judging for the champion white OPB. If you're the next breed are the spots. If you have the first class of spots, start making your way to the holding pen. The first class of spots, start making your way. We have 4 classes of spots.
Once again, star sale gilts, find your pin, put them in there. Do not bring buckets, feed, water, anything for these gilts right now. We will take care of them until it comes time for the pictures. We need to have you here with your pig also. Bring a brush. Do not bring any tack at all. Keep that in your pen.
If you would, please put your hands together for these exhibitors out here for Champion Wine AOB. I thought this breed was extremely deep throughout the classes. We had quality down the line. Really happy with what we have out here. To me, there's a gilt that's the most correct in terms of her angle. She's comfortable on both ends of her framework, and yet she still packs a big punch. The young lady in the purple will have your champion gilt. Congratulations. For reserve, it gets extremely close in my mind, and in my mind, all three are still in contention. I think they each have unique pieces. I think they have breeding value on all three of them, so my compliments to them. I guess the gilt that suits me second best is the young man there in the middle. He'll be reserve.
All right, in our white OPB, the champion was exhibited by Sierra Lackey from Kerr County 4-H. The reserve champion by Jonathan Vadnais from Kendall County 4-H. And now we're judging our first class of spots.
Attention, is there Josie Blevins? Your certificate of registry will be found in the office. Somebody down in the restroom. Josie Blevins, come pick up your certificate for your Duroc. Thank you.
All right, the judge has excused these exhibitors in the ring. If you'd give them a round of applause, they'd appreciate it. We're going to go ahead and call the second class of spots to the holding ring. The second class of spots to the holding ring. Please make your way up here.
Really good class here. To me, the young lady in the striped shirt skills surfaces her way up rather quickly, just in terms of being able to combine balance and look and extension and correctness and all those things we talk about. And yet she's got more than enough just in terms of sheer power and mass. Really a nice kind of a gilt to go ahead and start the class. The young man's gilt coming out here in second maybe isn't going to win any beauty contest in terms of skin condition, but you really have to study the basics in terms of foot and bone and feature, and yet she's got to get on top of her. She's got a big spread up high. I like a lot of things about this gilt. She's just maybe a bit forward in her shoulder. I like to just see her just a bit fresher, but a nice kind of a gilt to move her way up. Young lady's gilt in third, really a moderate frame, fresh constructed kind of a gilt. You like those things about her. She reads with balance from the side. She's got her shape to her center portion of her rib. I guess she comes at me just a bit more narrower in relation to those in front of her. She comes just a bit plainer and she turns and goes. Same can be said about the young lady's gilt coming out next. Another one from the side you like in terms of having some balance, having some extra rib and body and stoutness. I like to change her in terms of the way her ham loin is laid in her, make her a bit longer and leveler in her hip, but really a good kind of a gilt. Young man's gilt coming out next, one that continued to move her way up. He did an incredible job of driving her. My compliments to him. He's an up-headed, attractive kind of a gilt. She's got true shape and muscle. I guess she doesn't come at me as opened up through her chest floor. She's maybe just a touch more restricted in terms of her back left pastern there, but a really nice job by that young man. Big broody kind of a gilt coming out next in terms of foot and bone. You like her in terms of having some depth to the center portion of her body. It's when I get in behind her, she's just too flat in terms of her makeup as she goes from behind, but nice brood style kind of a gilt. The young man's gilt coming out next. I love the front 2/3 of her. She's opened up in terms of her chest cavity. She reads with just true bulk and power up high. I love those things about her. When she turns and goes, I need to see her squarer and truer from hock to ground to be able to move up the line. We do that, and she's certainly competitive. Young lady's gilt that goes ahead and closes the class. Big, tall, scaled, extended kind of a gilt, just too flat in her overall makeup. But my compliments. Congratulations, good class of gilts.
We have the livestock office needs a man named Ty Neil Buckner. Come report to the livestock office. Ty Neil Buckner. And the results of this last class were 6th place Hudson J. Hernandez, Cisco FFA. 5th place Weston Chandler, Iredale FFA. 4th place Taylor Campbell, Littlefield FFA. 3rd place Melanie Dushek, Wall FFA. 2nd place Jacob D. Kirkland, Littlefield FFA. And our class winner was Sydney Grace Jones from Ballinger FFA. We're now judging class 2 of the spots. All right, the judge has excused the rest of the exhibitors in the ring. If you'd please give them a round of applause. Appreciate it.
Attention in the barn. Sale Gilt exhibitors, we're just about ready to start paint branding gilts that are in the pens already. Once again, if you're showing in the junior breeding gilt show, don't worry about any of this stuff. Show your gilts, but if you're finished, bring her over here. Don't feed her. Do not feed her water her. Cautiously, I'm going to tell you now that if you're over here and you want to bring your tack, you can go ahead and bring it, but please don't be feeding water, and then let's wait to put those pans in the pen so that our crew that gets in there won't be banging into them and knocking their shins up. But you can start bringing your tack over. Tack goes in every third pin, not on top of the pins. We're not going to have anything on top of the pins, so don't hang your boxes on top of those pins. Put it, every third pin is empty. Put your tack in that pin, please. But you can start bringing your tack over. We're going to start paint branding now. So if you're not over here and would like to come, go ahead. If you're here already and you've got tack, go get it. Just do not feed her water. Clint Hoffman, please report to the photo area. Clint Hoffman.
What we're going to call the third class of spots. The third class of spots, make your way to the holding pen. The third class of spots.
Good classic gilts here, and there's a pair of the stouter made gilts that find their way to the top. And you know, the pair, I certainly like the young man's gilt, just in terms of coming with extra fur and bone. She's opened up and square and true. I like her extra freshness, particularly as you get on top of her to go ahead and win this class. Young lady's gilt coming out next. The one you like in terms of you get on top of her, she's extra massive, extra bold in the center portion of her rib. I'd like to see her have just a shot more as she goes away from you, have her be just a bit looser the longer the driveway is on. The young man's gilt in third. From the side has some unique look in terms of being tall at the point of her shoulder, having some extension up there. I love her in terms of her freshness down her blade, just coming and going. She's just too flat to run with the two in front of her, but certainly has a unique look to her. The young lady's gilt coming out next. Maybe does come with a shot more just muscle in relation to the gilt that was right ahead of her. I like her in terms of her extra rib and body. To me, she gets a bit short in terms of her hip. That allows her just to get a bit more restricted the longer the driveway is on. Thick scale, tall shoulders, kind of a gilt coming out next. Really like her in terms of her basics. You like her in terms of having some levelness, her proportions in terms of body depth. To me, she's a bit forward and straight on both ends of her framework to be able to move up any higher. The young man's gilt coming out next, the one that has some shape, comes with some foot and bone. To me, she just gets a bit labored off, but as she turns and goes away from you, she's just a bit tighter in her overall makeup, a nice kind of a gilt. Young man does a nice job coming out here next.
He's got a nice kind of a gilt to go ahead and drive really in terms of foot and bone and shape and expression. She just gets too round behind. She just wants to duck and roll straight forward in her shoulder. Young lady's gilt that goes ahead and closes the class, one that has a really big cage. As she comes at you, she reads the true shape and spread up high. I just get off the side of this gilt and I can't get her lines to lay in her. She's a bit low at the point of her shoulder. She wants to get up at her top. Just blend her smoother and she can certainly move her way up. Congratulations to those exhibitors.
The results of Class 3 are 6th place Luke Duncan, Baines FFA, 5th place Wyatt Bigham, Floyd County 4-H, 4th place Hannah Gatus, Southland FFA, 3rd place Jason Hutchison, Gymnet FFA, 2nd place Brenna Bell, Greenwood FFA, and our class winner was Cash Warrington from Valley Mills FFA. We're now judging Class 4 spots, and after that we'll judge for the champion spots. So just hold back if you have a first or second place in the spot break. We'll call you a little later. I was mistaken. This is Class 3. Sorry about that. like the judge has dismissed these pigs and exhibitors in the ring, if you'd please give them a round of applause, I'm sure they'd appreciate it. Okay, now we're calling Class 4 of the spots, which is the last class. Class 4 of the spots, please make your way to the holding pen.
I'm big on first impressions, and when this young lady's guilt comes through the sip pen back there, she's big and opened up in her chest where she reads fresh up high, and when she truly goes away from me, that she is stout, square, and correct. Really a nice guilt to go ahead and win the class. Young man's guilt coming out next, taking nothing away from her. From the side, you like this guilt and having some height at the point of her shoulder. She reads the true shape up high. It's when I get in behind her, I'd like to see her plant square and true from hocked around on the back right. But really a nice pair of gilts to be at the top end of this class. Taking nothing away from the young lady's guilt in third. This one reads with balance and proportion. You like those things about her. She has a great deal of spread. As you read her up high, she just gets a bit tighter in her hip the longer the drive wears on. Young man's got a really up-headed, attractive gilt coming out next. Really gives you a good, eye-appealing look from the side. He does an incredible job of getting her drove. I like all those things about her. To me, she's just coming too narrow through her chest door. She wants to flatten up in her stifle muscle. She turns and goes away from you. Young man's guilt coming out next. One that's really opened up, really bold, really powerful. You like those things about her. The longer the drive wears on, she just needs to be sounder on both ends of her framework. Young lady's guilt coming out next. One that reads with some fresh shape up high. She has a big chest cavity in her. To me, she wants to push out on her elbow ever so slightly, just get outside of herself on either end of her framework. The young man's guilt that goes ahead and closes the class. Another big top power guilt, no doubt about it. I'd like to change her up through her shoulders. She's just a bit too forward and straight. She's a bit restricted from behind. Congratulations to all those exhibitors for the good class.
And the results of Class 3 were 7th place, Ethan Carruthers, Kent County 4-H. 6th, Callie Nickel, Wall FFA. 5th, Gerald Naglin, Atascosa, County 4-H. 4th, Benjamin Solis, the 4th, from Upton County 4-H. 3rd, Adalia Jones from Lockney, FFA. That was 3rd. 2nd, Gus Staley from Kendall County 4-H. And our class winner was Peyton McLean Maltzper from Comfort FFA. Now we are judging Class 4, which is the last class of spots. Judge has dismissed the rest of these exhibitors out of the ring. If you'd give them a hand, I'd appreciate it. If you have a first or second place spot, you want to please make your way to the holding ring. A first or second place spot in the first three classes. After the spots, we will do the Yorks, and there's only 2 classes. So if you have a breed or reserve breed, got to be on standby. Things will move along pretty quick after these spots.
Good class, go ahead and finish up here. The young man's Gilt's going to go ahead and win. Why do you study at the ground, just in terms of foot and bone and feature, and from there up? She's square and genuine, and she reads with the right true shape and boldness up high. I thought in relation to the Gilt that's in second, she's bigger and her bolder in terms of her forearm back into her forehead. She really just reads a bit bolder there, in my opinion. Young ladies, Gilt coming out in second, one from the side you love in terms of her neck, an extension from her shoulder forward, really a level design, correct made kind of a Gilt. She comes just a bit flatter in her heart there, just wants to come a bit flatter in her lower 1/3, but a nice kind of a Gilt. Young man's Gilt coming out in third, I thought has some unique pieces. She's tall shouldered, she's level in her design. She's really a stout made kind of a Gilt. I thought of the initial trio, the longer the drive wear on, she got the tightest out of her hip, and she comes a bit flatter in terms of her lower rib. But I like some unique pieces about that Gilt, no doubt. The young lady's Gilt coming out in fourth, really a big body, sappy made kind of a Gilt. Just reads like a brood sow in terms of her extra rib and body. I like that about her. She comes a bit shorter and rounder out of her hip. She just wants to get underneath herself as she turns and goes. I like to clean her up in her back flank there. Young man's Gilt coming out next. Just a basic kind of a Gilt in terms of having some squareness of chest. She reads with some freshness up high. I guess I get in behind her. Of the ones in front of her, she comes just a bit flatter in her makeup, but a nice kind of a Gilt. Young lady's Gilt coming out next. Maybe a bit harder just to study because of the sunburn there, but you just study the basics of this Gilt in terms of foot and bone, correctness of build. I like those things about her. She just comes a bit plain in her overall makeup for me today. Young man's Gilt coming out next. Another one you like in terms of having some length and extension from her shoulder forward. She's a moderate frame kind of a Gilt. She gets a bit outside of herself or a bit tighter from behind. Young lady's Gilt that's going to go ahead and close this class. Really a lean, shapely kind of a Gilt. Has some real true shape and expression up high. I guess when she comes right at me, I need to see her squarer and truer in terms of blade to knee to ground. But I like the back 2/3 of that Gilt. Congratulations to those exhibitors. Good class to go ahead and close out the spots.
And the results of Class 4 spots were 8th place, Ramsey Russell, Wall FFA. 7th place, Tyler Lane Burleson, Cisco. 6th place, Valerie Nahara, Dumas FFA. 5th, Kyle Allen, Greenwood FFA. 4th, Mackenzie Burton, Valley Mills FFA. 3rd, Cave Heron, Royce City FFA. 2nd, Taylor Ducek, Nueces County 4-H. And our class winner was Briar Floyd from Harris County 4-H. We will now judge for our champion spot. After this, we will do the Yorks, and there's only 2 classes. So if you're in the first class of Yorks, please make your way to the holding pen. Yes, you can go ahead and bring your first class of Yorks.
If you would, please put your hands together for these exhibitors out here for champion spot drive. extremely impressed with the 4 individuals out here. They certainly all represent the same terms of type and kind. They're all sound structured. They all have good look and extension. To me, there's one just that has the ESTs in terms of more foot, more bone, more muscle, more boldness. Young lady right there, have your champion Gilt. For reserve, it gets extremely close. In my mind, I've had all 4 of these in reserve, and I think that there's bits and pieces on all of them. I think they have, in terms of class advantages, there's certain parts that I'd like to change on all 4. So I think it becomes challenging to me. There's another Gilt out here that's just basic in terms of her build. She's correct in terms of her skeleton. I like those things about her. The young man there in the blue will be a reserve Gilt. Congratulations.
Okay, that concludes our spot breed, and the champion was exhibited by Peyton McLean Maltzberg from Comfort FFA, the reserve champion by Briar Floyd from Duroc County 4-H. Now we'll be judging the first class of Yorks, and there's only 2 classes, so if you're the second class, be on standby. The Yorks are our last breed, so if you have a breed or reserve breed champion, we'll be needing you up here pretty quick. men's and one Gilt, Lorena Castillo from Buena Vista FFA. Your class is being shown. Lorena Castillo from Buena Vista. The judge has excused these exhibitors in the ring. If you'd please give them a round of applause, we'd appreciate it. Okay, we're going to call the second and last class of Yorkshire to the holding ring. The last class of Yorkshire.
interesting class to put together in terms of structure. I think that there's different shapes, different sizes, different builds, different all the way down the line, and maybe that's the unique thing for these Yorkshires is just trying to put one that's fault-free together. To me, the young ladies go, the longer the class wears on, she just keeps moving her way up in terms of having foot and bone and look and extension, and yet still being correct in her angles on both ends of her framework. Is she the widest Gilt out here? By no means is she, but I think she has plenty of just fault-free pieces. The young ladies Gilt coming out in second, are really a modern frame kind of a Gilt, breeds with true just spread and shape through the center portion of her top and bottom and rib. I like those things about her. She comes a bit more refined in her back foot. I like to stouten her up in her ankle and just keep her hind leg in her as she wants to get outside of herself ever so slightly. Young ladies Gilt in third. Initially got out here in the sea, I guess they say. To me, it's a personal pet peeve. When she goes away from you, she needs to be squarer and truer for me to be able to really tie into her is my kind. The front two-thirds of her I love. Really opened up, really stout in terms of her skull and shape up high. We can square her up from behind. She moves up the line. The young ladies Gilt coming out next. Really up-headed, attractive kind of a Gilt. Breeds with just true shape and expression. I like those things about her. She gets it just too tight the longer the drive wears on. She wore out the quickest of these initial four. Like to smooth her out in her hand-loin junction, but certainly a basic square kind of a Gilt. Young lady coming out next. Comes with a moderate frame, really a chubby kind of a Gilt. You like her in terms of her extra rib and body. She comes with a stout hind leg. I need to strengthen this Gilt at the ground in terms of passing. She just gets a bit just flat and round there. Young ladies Gilt coming out next. Another one you like in terms of being tall-shouldered, really just the shapely. As you get on top of her and read her out of the back of her blade, you like that about her. She gets a bit tighter in her pastern, just doesn't want to flex as well from behind. The young ladies Gilt that goes ahead and closes the class one that comes with an extra rib and body. You like her in terms of her stoutness of skull. She's just too flat at the ground, just too soft in terms of her pastern. If we can strengthen her, she's certainly a nice kind of a Gilt. Congratulations to those exhibitors. Fun one to put together.
Class results of the first class of yards are in seventh place, Madison Marie Young, Open FFA. Sixth, Nicole Blankenship, Eastland FFA. Fifth, Caroline Chapman, Albany FFA. Fourth, Ariana Rosati Floyd, Erie County 4-H. Third, Sydney Grace Jones, Ballinger FFA. Second, Mallory D. Burton from Valley Mills FFA. And our class winner was Shaylin T. Rainey from Stephenville FFA. We're now judging the second class of yards, which is the last class of yards. Like I said, if you have a breed or reserve breed champion, be on standby. Won't be too long, we'll need you up here. judge has released these exhibitors in the ring. If you'd please give them a round of applause, it'd be much appreciated. Let's go ahead and bring the first and second place Yorkshires of the first class, the first and second place Yorkshires of the first class to the arena.
Well, we certainly just turned the heat up here in the last class, and man, these three here, you can shuffle them all three ways. I think they each have class advantages. I think that they all have unique pieces in that regard. Yet to me, the Gilt I keep landing on that has the most fault-free in terms of angles, in terms of correctness, and still has more than enough in terms of just shape and spread and power as the young man's Gilt here in the green. To me, she hits the surface the most correct in her front foot, and then she still comes at you huge in her chest forward. She leads with a big back, and then certainly turns and leads you. She's big and powerful. Really like that Gilt to go ahead and win the class. The young lady's Gilt coming out in second. In terms of just feature, in terms of generating power, is as good as anything in class. I certainly love and appreciate those things about her in terms of her foot, her bone, her stoutness, and yet cleanness of skull. She's a big back kind of a Gilt. I love that about her. She comes a bit flatter at the ground, and of the initial trio, she comes at me the narrowest through her chest forward. The young man's Gilt coming out here in third, taking nothing away. I'm sure he loaded this one. He didn't expect to be third. I love her in terms of having some height at the point of her shoulder. She reads with some freshness down her top. I like all those things about her. She comes a bit more refined at the ground. And to me, I want to change her the most up front in terms of pattern, but best being critical on an awfully good one. Young lady's Gilt in fourth. Has some unique pieces. She maybe follows this type and kind of the Gilt in second in terms of foot and bone, extra boldness of body and stoutness of skull, yet she closes up too much at her knee in relation to those ahead of her to be able to contend, but not a nice Gilt in her own right. Young lady's Gilt coming out next, so really a fresh-made kind of a Gilt. I like that about her. I like her in terms of her extra just shape and expression up high. She reads with the right body shape. She comes a bit flatter as you get in behind her. She wants to close up in her bit just as she goes away from you in relation to those ahead of her. Young lady's got a really shapely, raw design kind of a Gilt coming out next, up-headed, attractive. You like those things about her. I guess she comes a bit harder in terms of her makeup. I like to smooth her out in terms of her hand-blowing junction and have her be just a bit more secure in terms of her hop, but a nice kind of a Gilt. Young man brings a big, deep body kind of a Gilt, just a practical center kind of a Gilt that has some extra rib and body and correctness. Just comes a bit too plain for me today to be able to contend. The young lady's Gilt that goes ahead and closes the class. Really attractive up through her head and neck. I love this one's head in terms of making bows with that kind of look and that kind of extension. She's just too straight on both ends of her framework. Congratulations. Really good class to go ahead and close the Yorkshire show.
We're going to go ahead and judge for the champion, reserve champion Yorkshire. I'm going to read these off for the last class. 8th place, Caven Irvin Sunray. 7th place, Raiden Hugenberger Dumas. 6th place, Kendra Fullen Eastland. 5th, Kinsley Ellis Midland. 4th, Wesley Sanders Buskey County. 3rd, Gus Staley, Kendall County. 2nd, Mallory Burton, Valley Mills. And our class winner was Cade Heron from Roy City. And now we'll judge for our champion reserve Yorkshire. If you have a breed or reserve breed champion, now is the time to bring them to the holding ring. A breed and reserve breed champion, please make your way.
I've always been told I don't have a good poker face, and when they get me excited, they get me excited. Young man out of the last class will have your champion Yorkshire Gilt. For reserve, I think it's equally as easy in my mind. It was the toughest class I judged all day. Young lady in class, second in that class will be reserved. Congratulations to both those exhibitors.
And our champion Yorkshire was exhibited by Cade Heron, Roy City, FFA. The reserve by Mallory, Burton, Valley Mills. We're going to get these breed champions, reserve breed champions in line. And after we do that, we'll read them off, and also want to recognize the reserve breeds too.
We still need the champion Berkshire. Yes, Kinsley Ellis, Midland County 4-H. We need the champion Berkshire. While we're waiting those of this, I want to extend some thanks to people, especially to the Stock Show Association for letting us have this Gilt show. This is the 18th year we've had it, and we're really glad to see the young people come out. We all know the show's not really about the pigs. It's really more about these kids and helping them develop to be good citizens. And I really need to thank the ring help. You know, we checked in a lot of hogs in that cold weather on Friday. John Lange, Harvey Swertner, B.J. Wilde, and myself, and my son Blaze Wilde. It was pretty cold, but thank everybody for being so cooperative. We got them all in. And we have some new people in the ring help. Logan McCoy here is new help, and Eric Ingram is new help, and we're really glad to have him. DJ Wilde, a nephew of mine, came. We have Lance Allercomp and his two sons, Barrett and Bailey. John Swartz helps, and Orrin Vinson, DJ, and then the Pate girls, Mary Ellen Pate's the mother, and the two daughters are married, Lindsay Walker and Emily Rieger. They've helped for many years. I want to thank all these people for helping, and especially our judge for coming. He's come a long way, and his wife Samantha's here, and would you give him a round of applause for doing a good job? Okay, the champion Berkshire was exhibited by Kinsley Ellis of Midland County 4-H. The reserve, I'm just going to mention, the name was Avery DeVault from Midland Lee 4-H. The champion Dark OPB, Mallory Burton, Valerie Mills FFA. Our reserve champion was Mackenzie Burton, Valley Mills FFA. In the Duroc breed, our champion was Alyssa Smith, Winkler, Loving County. The reserve champion was Huffman, Heatley, Albany, FFA. In our Hampshire breed, the champion was Wyatt Porter, Carn City, FFA. The reserve was Caden Bingham, Littlefield, FFA. In our light OPBs, the champion was Sierra Lackey, Kirk County, 4-H. The reserve was Jonathan Van Nuys from Kendall County. Our champion spot was Peyton McLean Maltzber from Comfort FFA. Our reserve was Briar Floyd from Erith County 4-H. And our last breed, the champion Yorkshire, was exhibited by Cade Heron, Roy City FFA, and Mallory Burton had the reserve champion from Valley Mills. And now we're judging for Supreme Champion and Reserve Supreme.
You young people can go ahead and shut these down for just a little bit. I'm not going to get real long-winded, but certainly some thank yous that are in order. First and foremost, thank you to the San Angelo Stock Show and Rodeo, everyone involved with it. Dale, what you've done for my wife and I the last few days has been nothing short of amazing in terms of hospitality. I appreciate it. An incredible show. The ring help. You guys made it an efficient day, and I appreciate everything you guys have done for me. Another thank you to all the parents, friends, grandparents, FFA, 4-H, FFA advisors, whoever it was that brought these young people here. I appreciate everything that you guys have done. I know it takes a great deal of time, effort, and money to get to this point. It's not easy, it's not cheap, and certainly there's a lot of long hours, and my compliments to you. I recently saw a quote by Ed Reed, the Hall of Fame safety for the Baltimore Ravens. And he quite simply said, when we surround ourselves with the right people in the right situation, our opportunity for success greatly increases. Whether these young people got sifted today or in here in the Grand Drive, their opportunity for success has greatly increased by being a part of this stock show. Please put your hands together for everybody involved with this. Most importantly, congratulations to all these young people out here that have made it to the Grand Drive. Certainly, it takes a lot of time, effort, and to get here. There's maybe some of you that have never been here before, and certainly take it in, enjoy it. But we can go ahead and fire these things back up. I think this show's been incredible. I appreciate it. The hospitality you guys have shown to me. I'll go get you a champion. For reserve, it's extremely close in my mind. There's 4 gilts in contention. Just go through them all. The Chester or the light OPB, really love that gilt in terms of her build, her correctness, her look. I really like that gilt. Maybe like to give her just a shot more power. She turns and goes, but love a lot of things about her. The dark OPB in my mind is in contention in terms of the basics for that breed and what she represents extremely well in terms of just spread and shape and correctness. Really an outstanding female. That the spot's another one in my mind, not wanting to cooperate out here in the Grand Drive, but really when we saw her in her respective breed, that one was unique and she quickly identifies as quality, and certainly she's in contention. And the last one that's in contention in my mind is the Yorkshire. We talked that pair in terms of how stout and how powerful she was. Maybe you'd like to fix her ever so slightly in her pasterns, but it's an extremely close set, an extremely close decision in my mind. The toughest thing I had to do all day was split this pair. That Yorkshire is going to be a reserve.
Thank you.
That concludes our show, and the Supreme was exhibited by Cade Heron of Roy City. The Reserve Supreme was the York by Mallory Burton, and we have a showmanship prize. It's a backpack given show, and the winner was Mackenzie Burton from Valley View. The girl in the white shirt, Mackenzie Burton from Valley View. You were who the ring helped selected as the showmanship winner. If you'll come up here, you'll get your prize. Thank everybody for coming, and we hope to see you next year.